Damn. Why, the heat. The heat is why we can't have nice things. It really is. I blame the heat. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back to your favorite dude to watch the news with.
I gotta post it.
You gotta post it?
Yeah.
News dump, part
That's
2.
my responsibility.
It's always appreciated, too. But it must be hot here because, yeah, we're not... It's been bad. that was the worst rolling outage we've had yet.
That was very strange.
Ooh, and I don't even remember what we were talking about. But I've got my pages restored, and I've got them screen shared. So let's check it out. Let's see. It's like in the previous stream we covered Brian Laundrie. Where's my window capture? Boom. Back. Yeah, we back, Justin. Pile on in here, gang. Ooh, we have some follow-up on the truck news. 2 men charged after 51 found passed away inside a sweltering. It is very chill music, isn't it?
2 people have been charged after more than 50 migrants were found dead in a tractor trailer in San Antonio. And we're now learning more about those people who were found inside. CNN's Rosa Flores is live in San Antonio.
Very Legends of Mana. Straight up, Justin.
So, Rosa, what are you learning?
Kate, officials here are telling us that just because of the nature of how these individuals were found, it's going to be slow and it's going to be difficult to identify them. The latest information that we have learned about the scene is actually coming from a statement that was issued by the U.S. attorney who's actually filing the charges in this particular case. She said in a statement, quote, "Dozens of immigrants were found dead or incapacitated in and around a tractor trailer, with over a dozen others hospitalized in critical condition. The key new development there is in and around the tractor trailer, so they were not just inside." Now, this is the U.S. attorney who's also filing charges. So far, 2 individuals have been charged according to charging documents. And what these documents show is that federal agents were able to trace the plate of the semi. They found the registered address, went to that address,
Debbie.
and arrested and charged 2 individuals with...
Any of you just now tuning in that didn't see the update on the Discord, we had a rolling blackout. The heat in the desert sometimes takes out our power grid, and we're downtown. We're like next to skyscrapers and stuff, so rolling blackouts, man. It gets hot.
Weapons charges, and those weapons charges, and these are Mexican nationals, carry up to 10 years in prison. HSI is the lead investigating agency. This is
What up,
Homeland
King
Security
Potatoes?
Investigations, Kate, and from talking to their head investigator here, they say that this is the worst.
Be sure to
smuggling
subscribe,
event
Potatoes.
in the United States. Kate.
Rosa, thank you very much for that. Joining me now for more on this is Democratic Congresswoman from Texas, Sylvia Garcia. Congresswoman, thank you very much for coming in. Have you been able to learn anything more? I mean, Rosa's doing great reporting there, of course, but from your side, have you learned more
Hell
about
yeah,
what
Potatoes.
happened here, what connection these arrests now have to this tragedy?
No, I have not. And obviously, I am certainly very deeply saddened by this situation. It's just horrific that any human being would treat another human being like this. It's just horrific. And the sooner that we can get the investigation top to bottom to give us more detail, the better off we are. I'm certain that the 2 arrests that have been made will probably lead to just who is behind this operation, because obviously I'm guessing that the owner of the truck was the contractor with someone. We still don't know whether the victims were smuggled in and then put on the truck. We don't know. They've been through some border checks. There's still so many unknowns here, but I have full confidence that Secretary Mayorkas and his team from Homeland Security will get to the bottom of this.
Now, generally, this is an example of a huge human tragedy. It also speaks to just the migrant crisis, the border crisis that is not getting better as we speak. I mean, some of the latest
No, I
facts
probably
are
can't potatoes.
rescues across the U.S. southern border
can only
have
do,
outpaced those of the
stuff
last
approved for the channel.
fiscal year. Since October, there have been more
There's somebody
than
on Twitch.
14,000 searches and rescues, and that is up from almost 13,000 from fiscal year 2021. They're clearly still.
But you could always hop in
months
our
to go,
Discord
in
and
this fiscal year. Why
shoot us
hasn't
the song. I
White
can listen
House
to it off
gotten
stream.
any better handle on this?
Well, I think they've had a plan. If you'll recall, for some time, and they put it into place, and I think we're seeing some change. Secretary Mayorkas briefed us on a 5-point plan that included everything from, trying to put more people down there in terms of staffing, providing a quicker processing of the asylum requests. So just remember that for the last, 2 or 3 years, all this has been on a standstill with all the programs that had been implemented by the previous administration, forcing people to remain in Mexico, turning people away. So there's been a lot of built up bottleneck, if you will, that now I think we're seeing people, more and more people coming through, and it's cyclical. It's the migration patterns that happen every so many years. So I think the administration is working hard at it. We need to do more, particularly zeroed in on human smuggling and traffickers, because this is a huge issue because it's nearly impossible to check every single truck. Working my way through law school, I was actually a customs inspector here in Houston.
Weird.
And I can tell you there was no way we could check every container. We couldn't check every single box at a warehouse.
No way.
But we've got to find a way to find the signs and find the things that might lead us to suspect that a truck it may be a carrier for human beings. And it
Run them through scans or something. I like her bringing up science. She's right. Humans can't check every container, and if we did, even a master at checking containers would be wrong 10% of the time. So we need to maybe have science help us out. Yeah, it is a little insane that you get scanned from your fillings to your butthole when you try to get on a plane, but these semi trucks are moving. They've historically always smuggled stuff into America. Like she said, these are like historic migration patterns, and they use semi trucks. When I was a youth, we used to get brickweed from Mexico in semi truck tires. Semi trucks would show up, change their tires out. You take the tire machine, take the tire off, and there's weed inside of it. So they've been using semi trucks.
Again, it's hard for me to imagine.
It's a problem
any
on
human
multiple
being
fronts with smuggling.
treating another human being like cattle, and mistreating them at the level that this horrific scene was. But I think we could always do more. And certainly I would call on the governor to do more on his part. He has put together a border plan and has spent billions of dollars since Rick Perry was in office on the border. But obviously something's gone wrong if the president's program has to work, the governor's program has to work. We both have to do better.
And it's not just Republicans, though, Congresswoman. I mean, the local sheriff that have issues here, because that's what you're pointing to right now. The local sheriff down there dealing with this massive tragedy in San Antonio is putting this partially on President Biden and his administration. I mean, the sheriff sent a letter to the president, and in it he wrote, "I'm angry, Mr. President. I'm angry that I could not stop this massive loss of life in my county. I'm angry that despite my best efforts to appeal to your administration, I've not received a response. Mr. President, I'm slowly watching your support from Texas law enforcement be eroded by a perceived lack of action." To be clear, this sheriff, he's also critical of the Republican governor of the state and his handling of this too. But he is asking for help from this White House, and he is not getting it.
Well, I don't know. I've not seen the letter. I don't know when he wrote the letter, but I could tell him I'm angry too. I'm angry that such very indecent, evil human beings would put people and treat them like cattle in a trailer. But then I want to make sure that people understand that this is a huge challenge for us, not just us, but all these triangle countries. I mean, what is going on in their countries? What can we do to get the root causes of migration to assist? Because they're obviously leaving horrific
For a
situations
reason, yeah,
of
they're
war
leaving for a
and
reason.
poverty and human trafficking and crime and violence. Seeking asylum,
There's nowhere
they
to
have
put
a
me.
right to do. That is the law. The law says you have a right to seek asylum. They come here, but they're get nothing but barriers. Again, Title 42, remain in Mexico. So they find
Triangle countries, asked Justin. Let's look it up real quick. Let's just look it up real quick. See what that term means. Foreign assistance to Northern Triangle countries, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras is meant to promote prosperity, good governance, and secure the region. So, yeah, when they say triangle countries, what they mean is specifically El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. So, interesting. That is, you do have to, they should work in tandem. Everybody's fleeing their nations for a reason. We need to figure out what it is. This is a humanitarian crisis that should be addressed by the United Nations.
find other ways to come across. And that is where the challenge is. We've got to have a balanced approach, and we've got to have comprehensive immigration reform, but we also have to do everything we can to help the countries like Guatemala and Honduras and Mexico in terms of their own economic recovery, their own programs for jobs, their own programs to attract and keep people in their country.
Yeah.
It's not an easy solution, but I joined the sheriff in his frustration.
Yeah,
I
look,
joined
it's
him.
not
because
easy.
I
It is
grew up in South
complicated. If
Mexico.
it
And bring
wasn't
up some
complicated-
watermelon
if it wasn't
cigarettes.
complicated, it wouldn't be 3 decades since the last time that any kind of major
Want some?
immigration reform was actually passed by Congress and put in place. That's no question. But right now, it seems that nothing's in place that's going to guarantee that this tragedy doesn't happen again, and that's why we're putting such a spotlight on it. Congresswoman, thank you for coming in. I appreciate your time.
Dang. Well, certainly interesting for sure. I'm glad 2 people were brought to some justice over that situation. I got a feeling that we're gonna probably find some cartel ties. We'll see. Let's see. This is from 1 hour ago. What Trump did on January 6th is outside the constitutional framework. Let's go back to Jansen. Let's hear this.
Everything
That
would
was
have
so
been different.
painful.
So many people look at that moment and blame Kevin McCarthy for allowing this national nightmare to continue. The truth is finally coming out because Kevin was too weak. Kevin McCarthy, too weak to stand up to Donald Trump, too cowardly to stand up for Donald Trump.
I mean,
It's
yeah.
so cowardly that even after saying that
Be right
this
back.
was
No one look at my lower
Donald
half.
Trump was responsible. He backed down.
It's
even
Patreon
after that.
shit.
I will tell you, it's so interesting.
You better super
Willie,
chat if you see my leg.
Liz Cheney, I think we read that on January the 6th. I think it may have been Jim Jordan who offered her a hand to help, and she said, in effect, "Get away
Things
from
I
me.
showed people.
You're responsible for
Hard
this."
super chat money.
That's
it.
The word
End of
today.
list.
I mean, when you listen to that description
Yes.
from Cassidy Hutchinson about Mark Meadows' actions on the day of January
Exactly. I
6th,
don't
it's
have a
more
lower
than
half. I'm a
cowardly,
talking
though. It's
head.
unpatriotic. You know what's happening at the Capitol.
treason.
and you're
I'm going to do
willing
one more thing.
Stop it. Our
Again,
country is
don't look at my
under
feet.
attack, and you say, "What am I supposed to do?" He thinks Mike Pence should be hanged. What am I supposed to do? Staring into his phone, closing the door on Cassidy
Oh, that's
Hutchinson
right, I
when she's
had
trying to
some
brief him about how bad things have
Yeah, that
gotten.
fan fits hard.
He's a coward.
Yeah,
and he needs to
it really
come and sit
does.
before
Like
that
if you're
committee and
at the
testify. At this point,
computer,
and
that
Paul
fan
Butler,
hits you
I'll turn
like
to you
right
about
on.
who else we
Yeah.
might hear from.
It's weird 'cause it's-
Cipollone, the White House counsel at the time, was at the center.
Oh,
Ariante, it's hot enough here to have rolling blackouts. But cold enough.
my AC went out, so I feel your pain.
Oh shit, that sucks.
Yeah.
That
For the
sucks.
second time this week, yeah.
Oof. Oof. Do they have
Yeah,
you got
it's
a
been
person to
awful.
come service it?
Yeah, he's supposed to be out here at some point in time.
Damn.
I mean,
Ain't that
it's-
the worst? I couldn't imagine if it went out here.
yeah, it's hot, so he's like, I'll be there when I can.
Oof. We die.
Oh, I won't stand for
hot.
it.
We die. It's the electricity can't even survive in this heat.
Yeah, it's bad.
uh, so hopefully things stay stable. Again, it's a musky day, so it
Yeah,
might pop off again. But so if I disappear out of nowhere, that's what happened. The
I
rolling
got
blackouts got
you.
me again. And then we'll do a part
I tried to
three.
get in here earlier.
Oh hey,
Oh no. I tried to get in here earlier and I'm glad that there's a part two because I saw it go offline and I was like, oh shoot, I was in therapy. Got to take care of that mental health, you know?
oh yeah, hey. I rolled late today, basically because of that. Like, dead to the world, was up late, had
You're
some
good.
autoimmune disease symptoms, and getting used to getting
Yeah.
up earlier. But we're getting there. We're getting there. It'll go
Yeah.
back to being a
I
morning
got it.
news show, damn it.
See Justin in the chat. I see Debbie. Hi guys.
Oh man. We got a new friend on Twitch, King Potatoes, new subscriber. Yeah.
Hey.
Shout out our new subscribers on Twitch from last night, Lord Zex, Death by Numbers. They've been looks like tuning into the Star Trek The Redacted series.
Oh cool.
So that's
I
been
worked
fun.
so hard during that. I was lurking, but like my AC was out, so I was also trying to figure out a way to not die.
Yep. You're like, I'm not gonna be near a hot computer. You're just like you turn the computer on, the fans kick on in
Yeah.
the computer, so you're just near the fans. Like
Yep,
I'm not
exactly.
actually using the computer. Just hoping this.
I turned it on and I was like, I'm gonna go to sleep to this just because I can't sit over there. It's too hot.
We're getting close already to the end of season 1 of it.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, my goal is just to crack out some hours of content with it and have a good Star Trek time, but each actual like block of missions in the game is going to be, like each mission is an episode or 2 missions is an episode. So
That's a fantastic idea.
yeah, so we'll take a break at some point from it because I want to do other gaming stuff. But we'll keep doing Star Trek The Redacted series. It's cool. Found a way to place like fun Star Trek rant time and then news time. We're figuring out figuring out how we roll here again.
I like it a lot.
Sorry for this loud grinder, everybody.
No, you're fine.
God, it's loud.
I was looking at you because I'm listening.
Oh. Well,
I got you.
Because I care and I like you.
over here under these flames on screen. Ah.
She's there and she likes you.
She supports me.
That's good.
Did you happen to catch the Brian Laundrie stuff earlier?
Oh gosh, no.
We covered some of the Brian Laundrie stuff a bit ago.
More?
On part
Is there
1.
more?
On part 1. They're kind of, not really, just really confirmation of everything we were talking about yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Like, they went into the know. I saw the quote where it's, she's saying she'll smuggle in a knife to him or whatever.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't think there's
nothing anyone can do about her saying it,
Yeah. Yeah. Now, we've been on some Jan 6 committee stuff because it looks like it's kind of heating up.
Yes, I was watching that yesterday.
I mean,
It's rough.
do you think they're going to indict Trump before this next election cycle?
I would like to see it.
You think
I don't.
You think that's what they're trying to do?
Yes, I think that's what they're trying to do. I just don't know that it'll happen. There's just too much money involved for it to happen.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder. Well, and there's too much strange cult-like support for him still.
Yeah.
Which is weird. It's weird to me that people still are all Q about it. Like,
it's all poor people.
What was that?
And it's all poor people for some reason.
Yes. Yes. Broke ass people that he could give a fuck about. Like, it is a Dave Chappelle bit, and how they haven't heard that Dave Chappelle bit is beyond me.
Well, you know what's really interesting? I don't know if you've ever seen the documentary Boogeyman, the story of Lee Atwater.
No.
Lee Atwater changed the game of politics, and game I use specifically because he saw it as a game.
Yeah, like Edward Bernays.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, he wanted to see if he could play up to a crowd to get them to follow him wherever he went, and it worked. He started out very, very democratic, and then found that he was not having success there because, as he said, he
Stephen
couldn't
Breyer is
convince
retiring from
them
the
of
Supreme Court in
anything.
24 hours.
Whoa, sorry, Lux just hit us with some breaking news. What was that? Say that a
Yeah,
little
I heard
louder.
that.
Stephen Breyer is retiring from the Supreme Court in 24 hours.
Ooh,
He just submitted his letter to the president an hour ago.
Now, if we can get the rest of them to do that.
whoa.
Goodbye.
And I don't know if you guys heard this, because I told Merk this last night. Apparently, a lot of Gen Z people doxed their addresses and their credit cards.
Oh, yes.
And
Our Supreme Court got
Yeah.
doxxed.
yeah,
Big time.
yeah.
Do you know who did it?
I've just heard Gen Z.
It was a
They're only saying Gen
14-year-old
Z.
child.
It was a
It was a
13-year-old.
14-year-old kid.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah.
Whoa. Dude, for the good of
so
humanity.
okay, hang on, let me read the letter.
Okay, yeah. Let's hear this letter. What?
Okay, so
This is
the-
crazy.
This past January, I wrote to inform you of my intent to retire from regular active service as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States upon the court rising for its summer recess. You have nominated and the United States Senate has confirmed the Honorable Ketanji Brown Jackson. That's okay, so Ketanji Brown Jackson is succeeding him.
Gotcha. So
we already have somebody in that spot.
Okay, yeah. It says 5 months ago he was planning to
Yeah.
retire, but now he's out. He's going.
The court has announced that tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m., it will hand down all remaining opinions ready during this term. Accordingly, my retirement from active service will be effective on Thursday, June 30th, 2022 at noon.
Whoa.
Bye. Take the rest of them with you.
Yeah, later, you old hoe.
But they're going to be... Tomorrow, they're releasing the rest of their opinions.
Wow.
He's 83 years old, man.
Yeah, you are. There is
He's been there
no.
for 27 years.
There's no way you have a relevant opinion that is
No.
applicable to the real world we all live in.
No business would hire someone of that age.
Exactly.
Exactly. I mean,
And they'll say that's ageist.
but it's. I mean,
It is, but it's true.
Yeah.
we got to run this damn country, and there's a lot of boomers clogging up jobs, and you see how this infrastructure's going. Like,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of even me working like, maintenance jobs and stuff like that. You'll see people who cannot work the job anymore, just there for
Yeah.
years.
I guess he just decided to pick a date.
Wow, he finally decided to go out.
Yeah.
I found it here on Global News 27 minutes ago.
Convenient that we're going to find out all of his decisions.
Oof.
And then he's just going to leave.
Happening at the U.S. Supreme Court
Yeah.
in Washington, D.C. Justice Stephen Breyer
asserting a lead.
says that he is officially stepping down from the bench
That
at
was
noon
weird.
tomorrow.
That was
he
them.
made the announcement earlier this year, which resulted in the nomination and approval of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. She will be sworn in shortly after Justice Breyer's retirement and will become the first black female justice. Justice Breyer has served on the court since 1994. His retirement will happen shortly after the court issues a final ruling in the current term.
Look, if the majority of a voting base turns, like, if it's to the point where, like, the majority of a voting base, or even, like, a quarter of a voting base, was, like, 3 years old when you were fucking nominated, like, dude. Dude.
Right.
Dude.
It's time to walk.
Just
They got
crazy. What is this? Tracking Ron Johnson's lies about his role in fake elector scheme. We were we go Brian Laundrie before this Supreme Court justice.
Yeah.
Everything.
I'm just going to run to
Two
the
people
office real
have
quick
been
and come
charged.
back. I don't think I really want to go in today.
We just gonna go hit it up and come back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I may do that in an hour, though, so I can unlock the box office if I need to.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Just stay here.
Stay here.
No, I'm going to work from home today. I just have some stuff to print to do that. So
You can use my printer. Just take.
We'll fax it into the office.
Right.
Okay. Got the ABC News. We checked that one out. Where were we at? There was a video I watched earlier that had 7 points or 7 time periods that Brian Laundrie could have done the right thing, and it was a JB Buno video.
No.
And it was pretty good. It was pretty good. He, you guys know what's up.
Are you just sitting in the flames still?
Yeah.
Did you click the button again?
No, I'm sitting in the flames still.
Oh. I didn't realize it didn't go off.
I left it on. I left the fire on. I'm Dr. Fuego.
Dr. Franco.
So there's, yeah. It's also like rolling blackouts.
Not to be confused with Dr. Fago.
Please do not confuse me with Dr. Fago. No
Please
relation.
don't.
No relation to the Juggalos in any way. Oh man. Strict no clown policy. Yeesh.
How's that stage smelling?
Dude, underneath it, still vaguely like root beer, but you know, I feel like we've crushed it now. I feel like it's been enough time. Our wounds have healed from ICP. The boy is at a crazy fucking concert. You know, it really and that was my first day at that venue, so that's like set the scale for bad like bad cleanup. Like cleaning up after an ICP event is like nothing can be as bad as that, so nothing has been as bad as that since. You know?
It set the standard.
I know some DJs that might rival ICP. Probably not top it, but at least rival it.
I heard the Flaming Lips can be a tough cleanup.
Aren't they one of the ones that use like foam guns and crap like that?
Foam guns, confetti.
Yeah.
We had somebody come through with some very polite fake snow the other day. In the fake snow, A, it was last minute. B, they said it was easy to clean up, and I was expecting there to be at least a melty film on everything at least, but you couldn't even tell he launched snow in that place. It was just gone when I got there the next day. Okay. Alright then. It's strange sometimes how many towels famous people use. I imagine the crew's got a shower.
I'm sorry. People have got to choose headlines a little more carefully.
Oh, or that you getting teased with some headlines today?
No, it just says Vice President Kamala Harris says that she's the daughter of a woman and a granddaughter of a woman. Y'all need to pick a different part of this speech.
Yeah.
That's not the right
Or
spot.
stupid.
No shit. Yes.
I'm the son and
said that yesterday.
grandson of a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking weird. Like,
Yeah. That's a,
just why is that the statement?
you know,
Headlines are so strange to me.
yeah. They rarely, clickbait. Clickbait.
Yeah.
We've seen some crazy clickbait as a crew, I feel like. Oh, here it is. Here's JB's.
Right thing to do would have been to contact
Oh yeah.
Gabby's family. So, Brian
we
tells
can
us
redo this.
parts of the story, but there's of course so much that we already know that isn't in this letter, and it's the aftermath.
Because Arianthe, like, rewinding through some of this, like, there's some details I genuinely forgot about.
Like what?
Just the series of
Exactly.
events. Like, just the series of events. Like,
Oh.
you know what I mean? Like, I forgot some of the kind of just how it flowed. You know, like, we got so caught up in the manhunt that it was almost split
Yeah.
into two sagas in my head, where you have like
Yeah.
this Where's Gabby Petito, and then you have Where's Brian Laundrie.
Right. That makes sense.
So it's genuinely like a two-part thing in my head, but hearing it as one cohesive story still is like, oh man, I forgot this is
That all happened together. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of what happened to Gabby, and the fact that Brian, in the aftermath of killing his fiance,
Like I'm telling you, JB
he's
dropped some
saying that he did so
points here.
mercifully, okay,
Some
had
truth
all of
bombs.
these
Some truth
opportunities where he had a choice to do the right thing or to do the wrong thing. many opportunities. And I was going
He
through
just
them in my mind last night
consecutively
on the ride
picks the
home.
wrong
I was driving
thing.
home and I'm
Every
going through
time.
the timeline in my head.
And we talk about this where we think he, you know, or I was speculating yesterday, and it felt like everybody agreed, like he was obviously like he probably told more than one person a version of what happened, and it was different every fucking time.
Yeah.
Like he was somebody who was cornered in lies.
Yeah.
After a
I don't
certain
know if
point.
I mentioned this yesterday, but do you get mommy issue vibes?
A little bit. I kind of just get parental angst vibes from him.
Maybe, yeah.
I
Maybe
kinda,
that's what I was tuning into.
yeah. I think maybe I kind of like me thinking that her talking about putting like a knife in the cake as a joke. Like I kind of have a vibe about the laundries, like they're kind of East Coast, is funny but a little bit hard. They're maybe not emotionally open like
Mhm.
somebody like him would want or need, and maybe he just holds a level of resentment from his natural angsty period,
Maybe.
against his parents. But I got a feeling they're probably decent parents, but they're definitely the more like we would think it was a strange dynamic being Southern. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like we would think they have a cold dynamic compared to like a hella Southern family.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. So I think he's,
Yeah.
and this guy started traveling, so he's probably also observed families that it's all hugs and hey, Suge.
Mhm.
He's probably like, what the hell? I don't have, which, can, as an adult,
Came in
further,
contact with my family is what he did.
yeah, it can further or reignite your angst period against your parents,
Yeah.
which again, totally natural. Everybody at some point is like, I hate my dad. I hate my mom.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's usually just not in your 20s, you know?
No. And if it's held into your 20s, it's, but again, I don't necessarily put it on them. I kind of put it on, I don't know. I'd have to know more. I wish I could see footage from them raising him. You know what I mean? Just some home
Yeah.
videos or something. Just to see, because she vibes to me like a caring person, but a very East Coast person.
Uh-huh.
And maybe a little more closed off than like we would be used to.
We don't do hugs, we do fist bumps.
Yeah. We just kind of say, hey, or, I've also seen, relationships where it's like a parent to kid and the kid calls their parent by their first name. Like,
Yeah.
and it's not that there's not love in the home. It's just different. It's different than I'm used to in the South, which is very affectionate. You know what I mean? Like affection on the sleeve.
I'm 31 years old. If I ever call my mom by her first name, she will kill me.
Yeah. Oh no. They'll be like, get out. There's fighting words. In the
Get
South.
out. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just got a feeling he's from a dynamic that's not necessarily unhealthy, but different.
Mhm. Yeah, that's very, very possible. But I think he didn't want it to be different. I don't know. As I was reading this letter, it kept getting like very angsty, there's some parental issue. And then his mom seems very attached. And so I was like, is it mommy issues? Am I the only one picking up on that? So
That's where I think she was probably a good mom.
Yeah.
I think this is how she shows the affection that we are used to seeing on someone's sleeve and right when we walk in a door.
Yeah.
Like I got a feeling it's more of, he'll walk in a door. It's is that my Brian?
Yeah.
Oh, hello,
Yeah,
Brian.
yeah.
How are you doing? Are you hungry? It's a little less like, oh, hey, Shug, hugs and get squeezed by everyone in the house. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. That Avon red lip gloss lipstick kisses on your face. Yeah.
yes. So
Everybody smells like that weird Avon perfume.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Feels like you walked into a Paula Deen convention.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
bunch of-
Everything's smothered in butter and Avon.
Yep. And he's not gonna have had that. Was it
Yeah.
New Jersey parents, I
I
believe.
mean, I'll share it. Damn.
Yeah. New Jersey parents. There's a lot of ladies out there with that wine mom energy really pushing for legal repercussions, and then there's always somebody there to kind of temper the flame with temper the steel rather with a hey,
Yeah.
it's probably going to go to civil court, which is what I hope happens. I hope this thing doesn't.
And just because it's not your experience doesn't mean it's a bad experience. And that's something I kind of grapple with because I am from the South and because I don't know anything else.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, let me see if anybody else picked up on this vibe.
Yeah.
And maybe it's not that it was an issue. Maybe it was just more of it's not normal to me.
Yeah. And like Bertolino loves to throw out there, even if they did know, I don't think it's illegal for them to have, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that was like the first thing he said, and I was like, shoot, dude.
Yeah. I think they immediately were
Damn.
like, hey, we might have, yes, we knew, but he snuck out, You only got so many hands to grab that weasel. He slipped right out. Like a greased ferret, he got out and
Like a greased ferret.
ran off into that swamp.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
But Brian's mother offered help an odd letter. And again, I think people from Florida, people in the South, they're going to feel like their candor is odd.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more
But
what's
they weren't
not
from
said.
Florida.
That's why I think everyone around them is going to think they were odd, is because they were from like Jersey, And
that makes sense.
Yeah, I was in a band for a long time. He's from a big like Catholic family from Jersey from Jersey.
Oh man.
And members of them still live in New York proper, and it's different, but there's love there. Like it's just different. Like there's a way that a dad will chew an ass if you forget to have your car serviced. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then there's a way this guy would chew an ass. You know what I mean? He would just say, "How old are you?" 18.
Mm-hmm.
What, Alzheimer's? Go get your car fixed. Go get, like he's just that guy. Like, but there's love there. It's just more of this.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, so I almost read it in an East Coast accent when I read like, "We'll break you out." Like, you think you don't have people on your team? You got people that have your back. I think she's genuinely trying to loosen him up. But where does he start here?
Trying to put myself, you can't, no one can put themselves in Brian Laundrie's shoes because you don't know what was going on in his mind. You don't know how close this is to the actual truth, but you can try to put yourself in his frame of mind in the aftermath of his fiance being murdered at his hands. And I can't help
where
but
he could have
think
actually done
about
something.
all of the opportunities that existed in the aftermath of this event happening in Wyoming. And all of the opportunities that there were for Brian
You've been
Laundrie
crushing it with tea
to do
lately.
either the right thing or the
Do
wrong
I
thing. I want to make this point to our audience, and then, of
have
course,
a
we'll bring in
fresh
Brian Ensign,
pitcher.
and we'll continue on with our coverage and get
quit
to
drinking your tea.
KGB, have some KGB.
Are you a sweet
After
tea
this
drinker?
occurs, after
Bad.
Brian
We both are.
kills Gabby,
Oh, yeah, I can't do it.
Oh, we've been on the sweet tea. I don't
I'm a
mind
weirdo.
an unsweetened tea. I'm not a prude necessarily. I don't mind a hot tea with some milk and some sugar either. I'll take tea anyway. But by far my favorite is just black tea iced with some sugar.
Yeah, no, I'm that weirdo like in the South. I don't drink sweet tea.
Wild, especially where we're from, which is just
Yeah.
like the land of diabetes tea.
It's land of sweet tea. Yeah, they put like a pound of sugar in a gallon. It's a
At
lot.
least.
Oh,
At
at
least.
I've had some Southern McDonald's sweet tea that's like, wow, who were you trying to kill?
Uh-huh.
Why are you trying to
I
kill
would-
me?
I always thought it was
Oh.
weird whenever I would walk into a restaurant and I'd be like, "Hey, can I have an unsweet tea?" And they're like, "We don't have that." I'm
Yeah.
like, "You have sweet tea?" And they're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Just don't put the sugar in it."
Yeah, and I'm also hell into
Nope,
cold caffeinated
not
beverages, so I gotta have
Mhm.
It
good
is kind of watery.
coffee. Oh no, it's good.
It's fresh.
It's good. It's got sugar. It's got caffeine. Be boy.
That's all you need sometimes.
We finally got the right size tea bags.
Oh yes, we've been dealing with. So I
We
ordered
ordered
like a bulk
Instacart.
amount.
And we got
Oh no.
little black tea bags instead of iced tea bags, so they
Like-
were like significantly
Oh
smaller.
no.
Like single teacup
But
bags.
it was like 100 count of these bags.
Yeah.
So we thought
Oh no.
we were doing it right.
We had those for a while too. We got those.
We did. We made them last. We used
That's
them.
close. It's close.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's the stage. It's small and annoying. You got to tear through all this paper. Feel like you're choking a turtle at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Which, to quote Rhett and Link, no matter what you do, a whale is gonna die.
Oh God.
We can't help it.
mean,
We can, no matter which direction you go, a whale might die.
yeah.
Can't help it. That's their life cycle. I hate it. I hate it. Let's find a new planet and let the whales have this one, dude.
Yeah. I agree.
They're bigger, cooler. We can make money recording their songs.
Mm-hmm.
Just turn this place into a big whale studio. By place, I mean planet. JB made some hella good points here. I don't know. It's just 7 moments again that Brian Laundrie could have done the right thing, but it's like I kind of forget that we have this like little saga before we find Gabby's body.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where that's like the biggest window in my opinion for him to have done the right thing. Like JB breaks down all the different things he does in between them, like finding the body and it becoming a manhunt for him. And it's like, whoa, I kind of forgot that there's like, there's like the cell phone, the money transfers, the van, all of this, the moment after he leaves the body at the park.
Yeah.
And it's
That's kind of what I was saying yesterday when he had say this is all true. Say it was a mercy killing, okay? Let's say it was true. It's not. But let's pretend for a moment.
Yeah.
For argument's sake. Why did he not go back to the road and call 911?
Oh, and here's
now,
the thing.
I can't.
You're going to get pissed at this area, Anthony. They show in this video, I believe it's this video, Brian Enton walking through the creek that she supposedly got soaking wet and, shaking cold and a head injury. Yeah. And you're gonna it's not like it's algae slick, it's a small ass creek.
Oh God. And wasn't it like a 5-minute walk back to the road where he had service?
I think not even 5. Like 5 if you're saying he was carrying somebody, maybe.
And again, for argument's sake, let's pretend that it was a mercy killing because he didn't know what to do and he panicked, right?
Yeah.
I can't say that I wouldn't react this way because I don't know how I would react if I were in a situation like that. But I definitely wouldn't mercy kill anybody. That's just not me.
They're humans.
B,
I'm not a doctor.
B, I definitely wouldn't be like, I can't be bothered to walk back to the road to call 911. You sit tight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The only person who can get away with that alibi, that excuse for having killed somebody is like a serious MD in a situation where they're like in the middle of the Sahara or a boat wrecked. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like,
yes.
He's trying to build this survival story that, yes.
Yeah. And he was like, I had to perform euthanasia. It was the nicest thing I could possibly do.
It was
That's the only time.
5-minute walk.
Yeah.
It's like all you did was push her.
Yeah, you pushed her into the
concussion.
Yep.
That's not even on the coroner's report. I read the coroner's report yesterday. Oh. Right, exactly. And so I decided to pull up the coroner's report yesterday after we got off the air because I just wanted to kind of refresh my memory. It's not there. There's nothing. I mean, again, it doesn't really describe the state of how she was whenever they found her. Just that she was identified by her sweatshirt,
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what was there, what wasn't there. It does mention animals, stuff like that. But I feel like if you were able to conclude that she was strangled, then you would have enough components to be able to let me know if she got knocked in the head or not.
Yeah.
Like there should be some amount of brain damage.
Right. Yeah. A bump in the skull, something like that, Yeah. I've seen bodies that have been decomposed for 40 years.
If it was even significant enough to cause damage, like it could have just been a welt on her head.
Right. Like I almost believe that she did fall in the creek. I almost believe that, but I don't believe it was to the point of she got hurt like that.
Yeah, like it wasn't life-threatening.
And the temperature that
No.
night in Wyoming, if she did get even partially wet, just her lower half, she could have potentially been shaking. But again, like,
Sure.
who was it that said it? One of the people in our chat on part 1 of today's news dump said that, they said that, like, of course, like, she probably was doing those things while he was strangling her. You know what I mean? Like, she probably was shaking and unable to speak, but not because of the creek.
Mm-hmm.
Not because of a mysterious fall in a creek. I mean, what is she? Like, she's an adult. She's a toddler. I'd trust my toddler in this creek. You're gonna see her, Anthony. Like,
I'm gonna get mad.
It's
in a form of panic.
It irked me.
We're gonna take him for this exercise. We are gonna take this at face value. We're gonna take this for what it is, and just say that this is what happened.
Where the hell has Alley Cat's been?
To Gabby Petito and what
I
happened.
don't know. I miss her.
With Brian Laundrie.
I feel like she needs
Let's
to be
focus
here.
on what happened afterwards, and the choices that were presented to.
Where's Erica today?
Brian Laundrie.
Yeah.
He has a choice of what to do.
Where are my
with
peoples?
Gabby's body.
I'm gassy again. I'm burping a lot.
There's the right thing to do, and there's the wrong thing to do. And this is going to be the theme of this.
You guys don't want to miss
7
that.
instances. We're going to go over all 7.
No,
the right
never.
thing and the wrong thing. This is the woman you're supposed to spend the rest of your life with. This is the woman you're supposed to be with. This is the woman you've pledged to commit yourself to.
Yeah.
Good, bad, and ugly times exist in relationships, and you are supposed to grit your teeth to get through all of it, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And this, of course, was something that occurred while on this cross-country road trip. But something terrible happens, and Gabby is deceased. Her body is there in the wilderness. Why are you leaving it? Why is it there? Why don't you retrieve the body?
I don't know. Help me,
Why don't you
JB.
return it? Why don't you bring it with you? Why
Tell
do
us.
you leave
Tell me.
Gabby Petito's body out there?
He's saying it like he has the answers. I need to know.
He's hitting us with some riddles. Like, you gotta give us some answers, JB.
You can't be asking me these questions. I need answers.
You know we're all feeling the same way, JB. Why are you doing this to us?
Near where this tragic event occurred, whether you believe it to be an accident or an intentional act, something bad and terrible happened here between these two. Why, if this is the love of your life, you say it even in this note that you write sometime afterwards. You say it in your final 8-page confession. If this is someone you love so much, you love them so much that you can't be without them, why don't you bring her body with you? Why are you leaving it out there?
You had a
Is
whole
the first
van.
thing.
You had a
Brian
whole
has the
ass
opportunity
van.
to
Put
do
her
the
in
right
that
thing or
van
the
and
wrong
taken
thing.
her home, dude.
That is, ooh, that's
You
a good
had a
point.
whole van.
That's a good point.
You're telling me your little scrawny body couldn't carry her even smaller scrawny body, body into that van? You didn't have 2 seconds of Hulk strength to put her in that van.
In a van specifically designed to fit you both horizontally.
Yeah. Like you lived in that van.
There's
I mean,
a
you
bed
had
in
the
it.
strength to sit there and strangle her, but you couldn't walk her to a van, you know?
It makes it out like he carried her out of on his back out of Whitewater Rapids.
Yeah.
For miles.
Wait, and
She fell on a
That's
boulder.
clearly not the case.
Like she,
because
she bounced off a boulder before she hit the stream or something.
let's
Like,
pretend that
she fell in the
even
Grand
this-
Canyon.
Right, exactly. Which I've seen people survive that too. So,
She
Yeah.
keeps acting like she fell in the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
but I mean, even if it was, even if the water was up, even if it was running heavily, I don't know why it would be at that time. You know,
yeah.
usually that's drought season up there. Even if that were the case, it doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense. And he didn't think about that, you know, because he wanted to be the knight in shining armor in all situations.
Mm-hmm.
Now, last year, I will say the desert regions had their first like big wet year in a long time.
Yeah.
It's because your boy showed up.
Literally.
It
It rained like as soon as I got him in the car.
Yeah, there's parts of the desert that are green since I showed up.
Yeah.
It's my sweat, baby. I get back to the clouds. I'm a
But
sweaty.
I've been in that space. You know, I was up there. I was up there last year in that space, not at the
Mhm.
same time, obviously, because I didn't want to get in the way of anything, but I've been there.
Yeah.
I've been there and I've done that. I was really close. I know how dry it was, even though it was wet.
Yeah.
You
Well, you're
know?
gonna see the size of this creek, and you're gonna be like, "Yeah, I've been
I'd
there.
be so mad.
I've been there. My child has played in that safely."
Yeah,
You're gonna be like,
probably.
"The fuck."
That's where you take your dogs to have fun.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
it's like a decorative creek they put near a walking trail in Bella Vista.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
exactly.
Yeah, it's like barely. It's not even like
I'm gonna be
Tanyard
so
Creek
mad,
is more
aren't I?
treacherous.
Oh, God. And my kids walk that in flip-flops.
We grew up
You know?
playing in Tanyard Creek. Like
My
there's
kids
no.
walk through stuff like that. My kids will go through the White River, you know, in Eureka Springs.
Yes,
They go
yes,
through that in Crocs, like.
yes. I grew up barefoot in the mulberry. It feels like you can't.
Yeah.
It's crazy. This is crazy. That Tanyard Creek, like it's closer. It's like yeah, again, Tanyard Creek has more danger than. There's nothing to fall off of. Where he said it happened is the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like again, this is also like yeah, I believe she hit her head because you pushed her.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. It's like, yeah, you probably pushed her,
Yeah.
and she hit her head in the stream. Like,
Yeah. Or you
Or
straight up
wherever
use
she
one of
went.
these rocks because again, this is all Arianthe. You'll be familiar with this terrain, the creeks and stuff up there. It's all like that loose rock.
Yeah, yeah. It's not rocky like Arkansas.
Yeah, Debbie says
It's
call that a creek.
more-
I'd say it's a puddle.
yeah,
And they're all smooth,
No,
rounded
yeah.
rocks. You know.
yeah.
Not jagged or
nothing
anything
jagged.
like. Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna
You
you're
can,
gonna
you
be
can
pissed.
walk in
You're
that
gonna be
stream.
bad.
You can like
Oh,
you
no.
won't even get poked by rocks, so you can.
It's
It's
this.
practically a soft, feathery down pillow.
I'm pretty sure it's a whole like era of Brian Enton content is like
If it was at night, right? I'm trying to like figure out because no fucking way he came up with the she fell in the water story by himself. She probably did. That's why I'm like, she
Well,
probably
yeah.
did fall,
Maybe she
but I don't
tripped.
think she got hurt. I mean, maybe she scraped her knee
Yeah.
yeah.
or something like that, and he's just exaggerating it.
I mean, it sucks. That there's,
At
like,
night, I could see,
Yeah.
stumbling over something if you have sandals on,
Yeah.
but I've been in that area. I was just there last year. We went camping up there. I sent you guys pictures, remember?
Yep.
Like,
You were technically in the area of,
I was,
of the couple that passed and Gabby
Yes.
before
Uh-huh.
and after.
yeah.
Because I remember there was in the first era, it was like before there was like a quick break we took.
Mhm.
You came back from a trip and we're like, bitch, it's not. There's no
Where'd
way.
you go?
Yeah, if he's out there, there's we were pretty firm on like. You helped me. I know you helped me. Like what you told me about the topography alone and what it's like camping out there helped me like really deduce and like I feel like be a voice of reason during like the Moab couple.
Yes.
And everybody was trying to put on Brian Laundrie, and it's like, no, there's no way.
No,
These two crimes couldn't be more different. Like,
no. As much as it would have been convenient,
Yeah.
no.
yeah, Debbie
I've
makes
been to Moab,
Yeah.
I was just there last year. Twice. I went twice last year. 3 times last year.
Debbie made a really good point. The area of creek that they were near only goes up to your ankle.
Yeah, see, that's... Oh, gosh. Have I been in this damn creek? All right, show me.
Yes, you certainly
Okay.
have.
The right
I bet
thing
you.
is to take
Let's see. Is it
the
this
body
video?
of the
It
love
must
of
be
your life and do
else.
something with it and bring it with you. He does the wrong thing. He leaves it out there.
Over and over and over again.
Let me
That's number
try Brian
Number
Enton.
2. Brian, let's say we're going to talk with Brian Enton about cell signal and maybe your battery being dead.
Brian Enton has been an angel during this whole process.
He is a serious
badass.
investigative reporter.
He
Right.
really is. He's what we need in all reporters.
Yeah. Oh, I think it might have been on Banfield.
I also need him to not, or to actually box.
Here it
Molly
is.
Golightly. He's gonna lose.
Here it is. Look at this, Arianthe.
I'm mad.
This is the river that all this happened. in.
No.
She can't even be swept away.
She can't be. You can't be swept
You can't
away.
be overwhelmed. You can't walk in there and trip and like be swept away by waves. You can't. The current is not strong enough to take her down.
Yep.
To begin with, like
Yep. It's
come
some
on, dude.
cock-on
You knocked her
nonsense.
backwards.
Yeah.
That's why she got wet.
Go back to it.
I mean,
There's
okay,
no way.
so
You can't.
Or
let's
she,
for a moment pretend, right? Let's pretend because you're looking at the trees, right? If you look at the trees in the back, you can tell that water has hit them at some point. Okay,
Yes.
so not back behind him, but to the right of him, there's a tree that he's walking toward almost. You can tell that water has been up to those trees, at least to that branch at the bottom. It's been right there. So that would be about knee level. Say it does sweep her away and knock her down. You know what she's going to do? She's going to hit her ass.
Yeah.
Which she'll land on her butt.
What she could have done.
Yeah, and he was here not long after her body was found, which wasn't long after they were there. So, this kind of like greenery, and I say greenery, it's dead as hell. But you see that like almost grass line? Exactly what you're saying, Arianthe. Like the creek, honestly, for where we're from, probably could go all the way over there and then all the way up to that branch, like you're saying.
You can tell like where the water has been just from the way the trees are at the bottom there. Because branches don't just grow out, they stay above the water level. So if you look at this right here, right where your mouse is right there is possibly where it was. But if you look at his legs, it very well may have been up to her knees, even her thighs. We'll go as far as her thighs. She's going to fall and hit her ass.
Yeah, if we use
hit her ass
use a little quick trigonometry on that, like exactly, Arianthe, to the like where these roots right here that I'm circling with my cursor are white is the maximum height it could have reached. But again, the whiteness it's a desert climate, so you would know more about how things dry out there. I would imagine. How quick do you think it could? How long do you think it's been since it was that high?
It doesn't take very long for them to turn white. It just depends on how hot the sun is.
Exactly.
So, I mean, it would just take a few days to turn that color. But the only way they're going to turn that color is if they've had repeated water exposure. So, I mean, clearly it goes up and down, up and down, up and down. So I don't know how tall she is. I think they said she was 5'5". Is that, am I right?
Something like that.
So she's as tall as I am, so that would be about knee height. You're going to fall and hit your butt.
Yeah. What was
You're going to hit your butt on those rocks. It's going to hurt.
What was the actual name of that national park?
They're in Moab. No, they're not in Moab. They're outside of Moab. They are in
Wyoming, technically.
Is it Yosemite?
You know what?
Or when we were kids, they called it Yosemite.
and
Yosemite, I think.
What months was this?
That was in August, September.
Last summer, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it would have been between late August and early September.
August 2021, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rain falls for one day.
Yeah, like I'm like looking for like
5.1 millimeters. That's not enough to raise it like that.
No, there's no way. If that's like the average, if that's on average too, like what we got this year compared to like for what happened last year.
She was found in Grand Teton. That's right. They were on their. I'm thinking of that text that she sent to her mom. No service in Yosemite.
That's right.
Because I went to the Tetons not too long after this.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like that. I guarantee you I've been in that creek.
0.9 inches.
0.9 inches is not enough to raise it.
No.
Not up to your thighs or anything,
And with the flow of it, it could do what we're talking about, where it causes these roots to discolor just from like the rushing nature over time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it slowly brings that moisture up. The sun dries it out by 5.
As the sun dries it out, it bleaches it. That's how it works.
Yeah. Still hold firm though that like what you're saying, like up to knees, splashing at worst.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a scream, it was more of a whoop, because you're falling.
Yeah.
And again, I believe that she fell. I believe that wholeheartedly. Yeah, sure, Brian, I'll take that. But I don't think she got hurt. And if she did, she hurt her butt, she hurt her knee, she hurt her hand, something like that, not her head.
Yeah, we've all fallen in rivers. I mean,
Now, while you're looking this up, can you look up the the lows in the Grand Tetons in late August, early September? Because I know it's starting to move into fall, and they do get, snowfall and stuff around this time.
$86 during the day,
74 at night.
Well,
44, there it is.
Down to 44, but we read yesterday that specifically on that date it dropped below 30, which can happen.
That's really damn cold.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, was it that day that it dropped below 30, or had it been below 30 for a while?
Yeah, because here we go. So we have at the top here, your average temperature during the day in August.
Yeah.
At Grand Teton, and at the bottom we have the lowest the nighttime temperature at Grand Teton.
Okay.
So it really depends. Like I think the closer where were we at the end of August when it happened, or the
we were at the end of August. So I'm looking at the temperature and it goes up and down. However, if you look at the lowest temp, so we're looking at the end of August, we'll say 40, and I think they said it dropped below 30.
Yes.
Shoot, how is there not ice in that water?
Well, only because it happened for a brief period of time and that water stays flowing.
Okay, so I mean, I've seen ice form on top in low temps, but maybe it was lower than that.
Well, it has to stay cold for a really long time.
Yeah, that's what I was fixing to say, is if you look, it goes from, what does that say, 54, or no, 44, 43. So it was above freezing most of the time. Not saying the water wasn't cold. Not saying that. I'm sure it was cold, but it's not enough to set in hypothermia unless you stay in it for a really long time.
Well, here's another thing, too. For every hour and every 10 degree of temperature change up or down, you are going to have at least a visible inch of water disappear off of that creek.
Uh-huh.
So, depending on what time of night it happened, we could imagine it's going to be a lower level of water rushing a touch faster than what they had experienced during the day. But that is not speaking in his defense in any way. I'm just saying, there's no way there was enough water for it to have been like how he describes. And
right. I mean, if you look at the rainfall and you look at how much that creek, I'm going to call it a creek, would have risen throughout the day if you're losing inches, by the time they crossed it, it would have been mid-calf tops.
And once you get to
cold, but mid-calf.
Yeah, 40 to 30 degrees, like that, that particular 10 degrees we all know it's a hella important one. It's when things go from aqueous to solid.
Bad to really bad. Yeah.
Yeah. And I looked it up yesterday. If you are wet, if you're not wet and you are exposed to that temperature, you can experience hypothermia within 5 minutes, right? If you're wet, even quicker. Mm-hmm. But I don't think so. I don't think she did. I don't think that the climate was that to have done it. No, I don't think that the math doesn't work out.
To me, doesn't make sense. The math doesn't work out. Not only that, but you're telling me that this girl's been in the desert for several days now and doesn't know that it gets fucking cold?
And you couldn't have done, if you're this, look, even myself, who doesn't consider himself to be a survivalist in any way, would know to take the wet clothes off of that person and get them in something dry if they think that they're shaking because of, if that's part of what's harming them. And
so the weird thing is like Brian fancies himself a survivalist. He bragged about it. She talked about it. Everyone's talked about it, right? He would have known better.
You watch 5 minutes of Survivor Man and you know that to avoid hypothermia, even if you're in the snow, you take off your wet clothes.
Yes.
You dry yourself
the drier
off.
you are, the better you are.
Yes, and he didn't. And again, this is the context is that he is next to a van that is their home. There's dry clothes. There's a place to lay down. There's a heater. There's no excuse. There's no even
none of that makes sense.
Yeah, there's genuinely no way out. Yeah, here's another, just different charts for the Grand Teton.
I would give anything to be standing in front of him right now just to be like, did you think that was gonna work? It doesn't. He's supposed to be a survivalist.
Yeah.
He claimed to live alone in the months in the Appalachian Mountains. I've been in the Appalachian Mountains, and I'm going to tell you, it gets like that. It's cold. You're in the mountains and you're in the Appalachians. It's cold. It's wet constantly.
Yeah.
You know better.
Yeah. At no point, in July, it looks like it'll reach frigid to freezing. Then, by the middle of August, it's comfortable to warm. September, you have hot and sweltering. Wait, no. Sorry. I was misreading that chart. Excuse me. You don't have the conditions. You don't have very cold until September.
Yeah.
You don't have, honestly,
exactly.
like, even the potentiality for, what he's talking about to happen until a whole month fucking later.
Snow starts happening about mid to late September. That's about where we're at when it comes to the Tetons. I know, I went there in the snow.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This when
it was an accident. I went during Labor Day.
Yeah, the freezing temperatures. You're absolutely right. Right at the end of September, and then into October is when is their cold season. It looks like. So he's saying this happened at like the most optimal time to fucking camp there. Like,
yeah. That's when people go. They go July, August, because it's starting to cool, especially in August. It's starting to cool off. It's not absolutely miserable. And if you go into September, especially late September, Labor Day weekend, you don't want to be in the Tetons Labor Day weekend. It's cold. It's really cold. And sometimes you get ice and snow. I know. I did it. I slept in 28 degrees and 1.5 feet of snow.
Yeah. There's just
There's no
way. There's no way. Yeah. See, the temperature, honestly, the climate he needs is here at the end of September. It's a whole month away.
If he wants to stick to this, he's dead now. If he wanted to be at that narrative where it's like, she slipped in the water, she hit her head really hard, she got hypothermia, it took me forever to find her, it would have to be late September whenever that happened, or way before they ever got there.
Yeah. Yeah. Or way before they ever got there.
Spring would have been another time, I guess you could claim it.
Yeah.
But not when he's saying, not at the end of August.
Yeah. And Ensign's having a little bit of trouble finding footing through the creek. So there's that. But there's nothing to fall off of. There's maybe rounded rocks you could slip off of, but I don't know,
And I mean, again, he fancied himself a survivalist. Gabby's done her research. She just seems like the type,
Yeah.
And so there's no way she's, trekking across that creek in flip-flops. That's not feasible. I mean, my kids would do it in Crocs because they're children, but grown adults don't do it like that. We wear the right shoes.
Mm-hmm.
We wear the right shoes because we have back problems.
Guess who has broken down the Notebook? Dr. Todd Grande. He got some new laundry content 3 days ago. Daggone.
Yeah, Erica, it does get very, very cold, and I've definitely slept in the car before whenever I've been out there because it's gotten so cold and I wasn't ready for it.
Yeah.
You get there and it's 110 degrees, but at night it drops below 30 and you're like, I'm gonna die.
Like, this is definitely gonna be the end. Why did I do this? Camping at the first frost of the year is one of my favorite things to do because it's hard. It sucks and it's hard, and it's my favorite thing. Get a fire going. The fire is precious. When you camp on the first frost of the year, it unlocks a primal element in you.
Erica kind of hit it on the head though. She went and slept in the van because it was cold. Why didn't Brian take her to the van?
Yeah. Hey, shout out Chief. I actually slept in his car first frost of the year 2 nights in a row. Yeah.
Oh, it's cold.
Yeah, it was cold. That's right. I did end up in a car. I actually was on acid at one time, and first frost of the year, camping. Chief was there. I was eating a bunch of Jolly Ranchers, and I fell asleep with a Jolly Rancher in my mouth in his car. And I woke up, and I just drooled Jolly Rancher all over myself and onto the seat of his car, like I was a toddler.
That relationship isn't like yours and mine. I would have pulled it out of your mouth and been like, stupid, and like stuck it to your forehead.
Yeah, put it in a Kleenex, put it in my pocket. Like, I wake up like, what happened? What mom took care of me?
You got a Jolly Rancher in your pocket, and your mama's gonna be mad when she has to do your laundry later.
Who took care of me? He was busy genuinely keeping heat. I'll tell you right now, Chief will keep a whole tribe alive. It's weird. He'll keep the heat going. He was fire master.
I love that. That's how Derek is too. I always hand him stuff. I'm like, here you go.
Burn it.
Don't let us die.
Yeah, burn it.
But But yeah, I mean, I've
He's
been in
running
the
the car.
Tetons. It was 1.5 feet of snow, but that was Labor Day. Labor Day was 1.5 feet of snow. Labor
Yeah.
Day was 28 degrees, but the weeks going up to that, it was 80 during the day and 40, 35 at night.
And you've
So-
watched even 5 minutes of Survivor Man, Brian Laundrie. You knew damn well to take that wet clothing off.
Exactly. And even if he had, so let's pretend he did. Let's pretend he took her wet clothes off, got her in something dry, and she was still shivering. Why did you not take her back to the damn van?
Yeah.
Why did you not say, hold tight and run across the fucking creek and call 911?
Yes.
Did you not have a Garmin or anything? There's actually, I don't know if he had a Garmin. I would like to think that he did, if he was so much a survivalist, you know what I'm saying? Some sort of, I even have an app on my phone. It's called All Trails, and I pay $15 a month, I think, for it. But if I open All Trails, regardless of where I'm at, regardless if I have cell service or not, if I hit SOS, it sends my location to the nearest police station.
Dang.
So, I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? You couldn't leave. It just, none of it makes sense.
Yeah.
See, he had All Trails, so did Gabby. And so what could have happened is he could have
what up,
opened the
Erica,
damn
by
app.
the way? Hello.
Hi, Erica. I've been reading her things.
Yeah.
If he had All Trails, all he had to do was hit the button. It's an SO. I'll show you on my fucking app right now.
Yeah. You can just
Like,
hit
it's
the
an SOS button.
Yeah. He didn't do any of that.
No.
In fact, got a whole ass new cell phone with her money.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. And also faked it, like Brian, like JB Buno pointed out. I also forget this detail. He faked text to her mom
Yeah.
to make it seem like she was okay,
Mm-hmm.
which is weird.
That's gross.
That's like
It shows me premeditation.
exactly like that's exactly what I was about to say. Like this feels like he was premeditated in this. Like he waited for a specific spot almost, or
Yeah.
I don't know. But Erica, hop in here. Check out come watch this screen share of Todd Grande with us. Let's react to Todd Grande. This is 3 days ago. We're all big Todd Grande fans. If you guys don't subscribe to him on YouTube, you're really missing out. It's like if it's like he's an alternate universe me that has my shit together. It's great. He's somewhere in Texas, obviously. I can tell by his decor. In the last
I'm going to send you screenshots of this. It's called Lifeline. Let me show you.
Yeah. So yeah, Dr.
Because
Fuego reviewing Dr. Grande.
I'm into it.
Oh, but yeah. So is it a screenshot of what? Sorry.
Oh, it's the Lifeline on All Trails. It's very all you got to do is push it. You put your contacts in there. So if you're lost, if you're something, doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter if you have service or not. You hit send. I'll show you, and it'll send a message to all of your contacts that you have saved in your emergency contacts,
Yeah.
and it will tell them exactly where you're at.
Dang.
I mean, it's down to the degree. It sends. It gives them a message.
See here.
It's in the VC text chat.
Yeah. Everybody, if you're not in our Discord, does anybody mind dropping the Discord link for me in the chat?
I got
Yeah, I'll
it.
get you. Oh, she's got it.
Heck yeah.
I was already looking at Discord anyway.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, we're all pretty. Yeah, this is a very interesting.
So you just turn on Lifeline, and I have like 5 contacts saved, but for their privacy, I shut it off. But you just turn on Lifeline, and you have it right there, and you hit message contacts, and it'll send them your location. It lets them know that you need help. So there's no fucking excuse. If they both had it, all he had to do was run across the creek and hit that button.
That's all I had to do. I mean, and there's even if you don't have service, you can get a hold of emergency services normally.
Uh-huh.
Like what the heck? There's no excuse. 5 minutes from a road, next to the van, a creek in the way. 30
Right.
not even in the 30s, honestly. It was probably low 40s.
Yeah, according to that, it was in the 40s.
Yeah, like that's the average for that time of year. I think there was a cold snap, but honestly, no. I think she was gone so fast after whatever fight they had that there's no even if the body would have been in a state that they could have determined, if there had been evidence of hypothermia or anything like that, it wouldn't have been there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it would have been there. I think I think his story top to toe is nonsense. One thing I find interesting about this Dr. Grande video is in the thumbnail he has it. The thumbnail words are "Notebook of Shame."
Yeah.
So I'm interested where he went with this. I've been waiting for, honestly, Grande's like analysis on this. I feel like he's a professional. You know what I mean? He's one of those. It's like he'll drop that Jameson style knowledge on you, where you're like, damn.
I like it.
You know, like damn.
You can't argue with it. You're like, all right.
Yeah. Guys, again, huge fan. You got to subscribe to Dr. Todd Grande. If you guys like the stuff that we talk about, like I know most of you are here for the true crime. You got to follow Todd Grande.
Oh, I'm sorry. All Trails is $30 a year.
Oh, hey, $30 a year though. If you're somebody who is an avid hiker, yeah, it's worth it.
If you're a hiker, you go camping, get it. It might save your life.
Heck yeah.
I've only had to use it once.
Yeah. Oh, and I should absolutely still be on in 45 minutes, Erica. I'm trying to crack these long news dumps like we like, you know.
I'm about to run to the office, but I'll be back. So.
Okay.
I'll be back too.
I got all my people here today. This is nice.
I don't want to be there.
We got a full house.
Erica, you should tell your friend that you're driving to the supermarket to sub.
Oh, yeah.
Tell her to subscribe to MURKradio.
Yeah.
Tell her to get in the Discord. Tell everyone to be our friend.
Share it on our Facebook. Get more people in the Discord.
Do it.
It's open season.
Oh yeah, somebody can share it on Facebook or whatever. I don't normally use Facebook.
Oh yeah, if anybody wants to help with the social media stuff, for sure.
I put it in the YouTube chat though.
We stream on Facebook, so if you follow on Facebook, you got your own lane for you can chat, we got everything. We do it all on Facebook, just like we do on YouTube.
Oh, she says we don't want that.
Got you.
Come on, take it.
Well, tell her
I need you to elaborate later.
Tell her she's always welcome to text chat.
Yeah.
She's always welcome to text chat. Not everybody is good at the Discord part of, you know, the situation. I really love you text chatters. I've had, again,
I do too.
Shout out this last 12 hours, Lord Zex, Death by Numbers, and King Potatoes on Twitch. Got some new followers. So again, shout out, dude. Thank you. I'm glad you guys like Star Trek stuff. Because I'm a Trek nerd and I can't fight it when I'm in the Trek season. Yes! Arianthe, the best. You just posted the Discord link on Facebook.
Okay.
Again, if you guys want in this, come get in this. Oh, you need me to move?
No. I got it.
What's going on?
I'm moving my laptop charger so I can charge my laptop while I'm working over here.
Oh.
Yeah. Because I'm probably gonna die.
Oh, gotcha. Do you need a new battery? Are you aware that we are sponsored by Battery Ship?
Do they have a MacBook Pro?
Ooh! Arianthe gave us a share. Also, for every share, you get a notification on the live
nice.
stream. So, yeah. If you interact with us on social media, it'll pop up here on the stream. So, more incentive to do it, gang. Smash that like. And Lux might be hitting a Battery Ship, it sounds like.
Maybe.
See that MURKradio link activated? Boom. Now you get that discount. Boom. That discount. What kind of product do you need? What kind of battery do you want? We got you. Pillar.io/MURKradio. Link in description. Todd Grande. Dr. Fuego y Dr. Grande.
I shall return.
Yeah. Oh, got you, Erica. She probably more of a, she more of a... She sounds like a Karen, homie. That's okay. I respect you so much for protecting us. Who is
left
this?
by Gabby
Friend of
Petito's
Erica's.
killer, Brian Laundrie, which was made public in June of 2022. Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this.
Yo, Grande's voice with this jazz? Can you guys
I don't hate it. I don't hear it, no.
Oh, I
But I don't
know
hate it.
Discord probably doesn't get to hear the Streamlabs jazz, but there's some
Oh, yeah,
Streamlabs jazz, and it's perfect with his tone.
Video, I'm speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe
Be
to
safe.
my channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon.
Give him hell.
I will put the link to Patreon in the description.
Give him
for this
hell,
video.
Lux.
First, I'll go through the background of this case. I'll summarize
You're a good friend, Erica.
then
Exactly.
offer my analysis. 22-year-old
Love
Gabby
you,
Petito
Erica.
and 23-year-old Brian Laundrie were an engaged couple who lived in Northport, Florida, with Brian's parents. On July 2, 2021, after visiting Gabby's family in New York, the couple departed on a trip across the country in a 2012 Ford Transit Connect minivan. They traveled to various locations.
He hit us with the make and model.
He got us with
Yeah.
receipt.
Yeah, Grande's where it's at, dude.
I like it. I like his come over.
I do too. I respect the drip. I like his cute little cactus backdrop too.
Yeah, it's really cute.
It's really nice.
Like the little cactus on the clips.
He is, that the size of that van. Put her in the van. Go get
It would have
out.
been so easy to. Let's say he couldn't carry her, right? Because he is a weasel. Let's pretend he couldn't carry her. You're 5 minutes from the road.
She got left there while he drove off in her home.
Let's pretend that he doesn't have All Trails Pro, $30 a year. I want to get sponsored by them. I think I'm going to hit that up next.
Yeah.
But let's pretend he doesn't have that. You're 5 minutes from the road.
Mm-hmm. 5 minutes.
You love her so much you can't live without her, but you can't be fucking bothered to go back across what you claim is a treacherous creek that he made it through the first time and pulled her out of, supposedly.
Yep.
You can't be bothered to go back across and call for help. Instead, you think that killing her is the nicest thing for you to do before exhausting any other avenue?
Just the level of worth he put on her is really apparent with the fact that just again he left her there and drove off
her there
in their home. Like he didn't just drive off in a vehicle. He drove off in a van that's specifically designed for them to both comfortably fit in.
Yeah.
Like to comfortably fit in, and I it's just so it's that just that detail of it makes me so fucking mad because he ditched the van.
Right. Yeah.
Later. Like this became so about him so fast.
Uh-huh.
Like I bet he was envious of the social media stuff too.
Yeah.
It's that's where she gets attention.
Mm-hmm.
They hit us with these. Listen to this with the jazz. Hold on.
Like national parks, and were attempting to establish a social media presence, like they were documenting their adventure by posting material online. On August 12th, in Moab, Utah, the police responded to a domestic violence incident involving the couple, but neither of them was arrested. Brian returned to Florida alone, but then met up with Gabby in Utah. The couple traveled to Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming on August 24. At some point between August 27 and August 29, Gabby was strangled and left in the national park. Brian returned to Northport, Florida.
And that is the official story. You double-check the coroner report, Arianthe. That is still where we're at. Strangulation, and we had to figure it out because of a bone that was broken, right?
Yeah.
Fucking tragic. Fucking horrible. Like...
really, it is.
Like... God forbid, premeditation. Premeditation.
You know what I just remembered?
Oh, what?
I just remembered him posting on her fucking Instagram.
That's right. That's right.
So he not only faked text messages to her mom, but he posted on fucking Instagram.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you not see this as premeditation if that's the case?
Yeah. Like there's, yeah. Oh, Erica made a really good point. You want to learn who someone is, have them write a fourth step. If it's all blaming others or I, there you go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Accountability. There's none of it. None of it present in anything he's left behind.
No.
Ugh. The woman you're supposed to love, you just leave behind and drive off. And again, you're not driving off in some rental car you got at the airport. You're driving off in a van that has been custom tailored to be your home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like,
I don't think he had any respect for the van, though. Because that was her thing. She bought the van, she paid to have it redone, she wanted to go on the trip.
Well, and that's kind of what I'm getting, like respect and worth. Like, he had a low sense of worth for anybody around him.
There was no financial obligation to the van, so he was just like, eh.
Yeah. He's like, I'm just going to ditch it. Oh, he makes me mad. Dude. All right, Grande, calm me down.
On September 1,
give me those tones.
He drove the minivan and was alone. On September 11, Gabby was reported missing.
Let's find our
2 days later,
find our sin again.
Brian disappeared.
Get the
Gabby's body was found on September 19. The police started looking for Brian Laundrie. His body was found in a reserve in Florida on October 20, 2021. He had used a pistol to bring an end to his life. A notebook was recovered from the scene containing a handwritten message from Brian Laundrie. It was released to the public in late June 2022.
Right, Erica.
In some ways, the case of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie is straightforward. Brian
Really,
is clearly
Erica.
responsible for Gabby's death, but why he did it is not necessarily clear. In my opinion, Brian killed Gabby in the heat of the moment, probably in the course of an argument about their romantic relationship, but there is no way to know what happened for certain. The release of this handwritten note may bring some clarity to the topic. I will talk about the notebook itself, then move to my summary of the note and analysis.
Oof, and let me tell you, this guy doesn't just run analysis. He's a professional.
He runs analysis.
He run an analysis. Like he runs the streets, he runs analysis. Yeah. Smooth operator.
Starting with the notebook. The notebook contains a handwritten note that is about 828 words in length. Some of the words are fairly difficult to make out. They appear to be written in blue ink and may have been exposed to water. The note consumes 8 pages of the notebook. On the first page of the note, Brian did not write in the lines very well, but for the remaining 7 pages he did. Perhaps he started out emotional and calm.
It started out emotional and then it calmed down as he's building.
That's quite telling.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that, yeah, even down to the spacing.
It's like he goes into it like, fuck. But then as he starts to develop this bullshit story in his head, he's like, yeah.
Yeah. It also implies the quickest thing he wrote and had practiced in his head was what's on that first page. You know what I mean? Like he just did it so fast. He's nervous and or upset.
Yeah.
Emotional. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah.
Calmed down throughout the course of writing the note. There are some areas where Brian scratched out certain words. He appears to have used a lot of ink to do this, suggesting some degree of thoughtfulness, like he had something specific he wanted to say and did not want to deviate from his message. The note is addressed to Gabby, but much of the narrative appears to be directed to other people, including the general public. Now moving to a summary of the note. Much of this is paraphrased, and I rearranged the order of some of the items to make them chronological. As I mentioned, the note is addressed to Gabby. Brian starts by saying he wishes Gabby was at his side, talking to him. They could explore every memory they've made and get even more excited about the future. Brian indicates that he can't live without Gabby. He has lost every day they would have spent together. He will always love her. He can't bear looking at their photographs and recalling the great times they've had. At this point, there's a pivot in the narrative. Now Brian appears to be talking to an audience other than Gabby. He indicated that if people read her...
Erica makes a good point there. Yeah, there's evidence. Yeah, there's self-soothing in the message. Yeah, absolutely. He's trying to build his final lie that he is comfortable dying with.
Journal, they would not want to live a day without her. Brian is sorry to everyone, including Gabby's family. He considered them to be his family as well. He implored the reader not to make this harder for Gabby's family or for his family. Gabby's death was an unexpected tragedy. At this point, Brian explains what happened in the moments leading up to Gabby's death. This, of course, is his story and not necessarily true. The couple was in the area of Spread Creek in Grand Teton National Park. They were in a hurry trying to get back to their vehicle before it became too dark. They attempted to cross the creek. At this point, Brian heard a splash and a scream. He could not see well in the dark. He had trouble locating Gabby. He shouted her name, but eventually found her. She was breathing heavily, freezing cold, and gasping his name. Brian noted that they were accustomed to the heat of the national parks in Utah, but where they were now in Wyoming was freezing cold. He pulled Gabby from the water. She was soaking wet and freezing. She did not indicate how she was injured, but Brian noticed that there was a bump on Gabby's forehead that increased in size later. He did not know the full extent of her injuries. He carried her as far as he could down the stream toward their vehicle. She was shaking violently and making sounds of pain. She begged him to end her pain.
That's insane too, because but what Grande didn't really mention there is he said she said almost nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, you mean to tell me that she got hurt and she didn't say a fucking word?
And somebody seizing or potentially in the grips of hypothermia, they're going to actually be able to voice, please kill me?
Yeah.
That's insane. No fucking way is that possible. You know what I mean? There's just another medical
She couldn't tell you
fallacy.
what happened. Right, she couldn't tell you what happened, and she couldn't tell you where she was hurting or how she was hurting, but she said, please kill me.
Yeah. Some caca nonsense. Nonsense.
Brian's knees buckled. He realized he couldn't safely carry her, so he started a fire and spooned her in an effort to keep her warm.
Oof.
He realized that he should have started the fire earlier, but he thought that trying to get to the vehicle was a better idea. He didn't know how far they were from the vehicle, but as it turns out, it was just on the other side of the creek.
Oh my gosh.
Gabby fell asleep, but Brian woke her up because he believed she had a concussion. She was angry at him every time he woke her up. She would not grant Brian permission to cross the creek because she was worried that the fire would go out when she was sleeping. Brian indicated that he brought an end to Gabby's life. He was trying to be merciful and fulfill her wishes.
That's insane. What? Okay, see, even in his own story, her behavior wouldn't make sense, or doesn't make sense.
No.
Why would somebody beg you to stay around to keep you alive if they wanted to die? That doesn't make any sense.
No, not at all.
That doesn't make any sense, Brian Laundrie. That no human would behave like that.
He was panicked and shocked. He finally realized that he had made several mistakes. He knew that he could not go on without Gabby. Brian rushed home to spend his remaining time with his family. He thought about allowing Gabby's stepfather or brother to kill him, but he did not want them to be incarcerated. Brian made it clear.
And that right there is a weird juvenile thing. I thought maybe I would let someone else kill. What are you? That's that's a weird thing that a 12-year-old would rationalize.
Exactly. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
That's strange. Where is that from?
It just doesn't make any sense.
No.
And I mean, none of it makes sense, right? You mean she wouldn't let you go back to the van, which is weird to me because at what point do you go, bitch, I'm going, I got to get you help. She wouldn't let you go back to the van because she was afraid that the fire would go out and she would die, but she wanted you to kill her.
Yep. And you're making it out like she's somehow verbally abusive after you said she couldn't say anything other than kill me, I'm in so much pain.
Yeah.
But she could say, don't cross the river. I don't want you to go anywhere. What if the fire goes out?
Yeah. but couldn't tell you anything else.
I like to think there's an alternate reality out there where he ended up in court and we get to hear the world gets to hear a prosecutor really grill him like your story is bullshit. Like, ooh, I wish we could have just found him right before he did it so we could have got this stupid notebook shit in court and him in court also.
Same.
Like, that's the most upsetting thing to me about this one and why we're revisiting it this week.
I never wanted to hear his name again, but here we are.
Here we are.
Clear that the end of his life would occur because he lost his future with Gabby, not because he was afraid of prison. Brian apologized to Gabby. He said that he selected the area where his body was found so that the animals would tear him apart. He hoped it would bring happiness to Gabby's family. Brian concludes the note by asking the reader to pick up
it would have
all
brought
those
happiness
belongings.
to Gabby's family, Brian.
Gabby?
If you had taken the 5 minutes to walk across the street, call 911, and get her medevaced out.
Yeah.
That's probably what would have made them happy, Brian.
Yeah. That's absolutely what would have made them happy.
You stupid fuck.
Like,
sorry.
It's like he's got the mental capacity of like a violent 12-year-old, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's weird. It weird the way he.
Gabby was opposed to litter. I'm moving to my analysis.
Okay.
The final note of Brian Laundrie confirmed what a lot of people thought, specifically that Brian Laundrie murdered Gabby Petito. But the note also contained unexpected elements, like this whole story of Gabby falling in the water and suffering from hypothermia. Here are my thoughts on a few items that stood out to me in this note. Item number 1. Brian made a number of references about himself. He used the pronoun I quite a few times when the word we would have been expected. It was all about how terrible this was for Brian.
Boom. Yep. Something we've all been saying this whole time.
There were no true feelings of empathy for Gabby Petito. She died a horrible death, yet Brian was worried about himself. He wanted everybody to feel sorry for him. In his mind, he was the real victim, but he realized no one would ever believe him.
Yeah.
Item number 2. Brian went out of his way to convince the reader that he and Gabby were destined for a lifetime of happiness together. Statistically, if there was no murder, it's unlikely that Gabby would have stayed with Brian for her entire life. But Brian wanted the reader to believe this. They were special. It was a magical romance. No one else could understand their amazing love. Brian went out of his way to convince the reader that Gabby was in love with him. It wasn't like she just rejected him or anything. I find this interesting because often these types of murders occur when a man is rejected by a woman. I think Brian was trying to hide this rejection, to go back in time and imagine when the relationship was good. He wanted to forever be in that moment where Gabby loved him. Another possibility, of course, is that Brian simply became angry and killed Gabby. There was no rejection functioning as a precipitating factor. In this case, obviously Gabby would have been fairly displeased with Brian as he was killing her. So here again we see Brian trying to rewrite what happened. He wants everybody to believe that Gabby loved him.
Boom. He wants everybody to believe that Gabby loved him. He wants everybody to believe that he died with some kind of honor and armor on. He didn't. How on earth?
No,
people would
he's not a
believe
hero.
shit?
He's a piece of shit.
Yeah, this is somebody with the mental faculties of like a 12-year-old.
Regardless of his homicidal behavior. Item number 3. Brian tells a story of a hero's journey. He pulled Gabby out of the water, carried her until his legs failed, honored her last wishes by staying with her. Even his homicidal behavior was at her request. Brian's story is very difficult to believe for a number of reasons. Looking at temperature data from late August of 2021 in Grand Teton National Park, the highs would have been around 80 degrees and the lows around 40 degrees. If somebody fell in a creek...
Damn. We feel you, Grande. We actually backed up your analysis live on air, so...
We got you, Doc.
Yeah, we feel you, Doc.
That was at the low temperature. They would be pretty cold, but the temperature just after sunset was closer to 60 or 70 degrees. This is a bit warm for freezing to death. There are other questions as well. For example, why didn't Brian give Gabby his dry clothing? Why wasn't the fire effective for warming her up? Why didn't Brian simply go get help regardless of what Gabby was saying? And why didn't Brian know how far away the minivan was? Brian alluded to other possible injuries, like some damage to Gabby's head, which could mean that the freezing component wasn't that important. But murdering someone is not a typical response if a person is injured. When a person is with a companion who gets injured, it's not like they think to themselves, well, I could call 911, run to find help, or commit murder. Preventing death would be the primary objective. Causing death would be very...
It's never on the list for anybody.
No,
Anybody that's
never.
rational, it's never on the list. Like, who just like, you know, we can get grandma help. We can get grandma help. We can take grandma to get some help. Or we can press F for
Or
grandma.
we can take grandma out.
Yeah, or we can press F for grandma.
You know?
Like, the fuck are you talking? Like, yeah, Brian, thank you, Grande. It's so hard to... that's exactly how we all feel, I feel.
Yeah.
What a...
very far down on the list on how to achieve that objective. One could argue it's not even on the list at all. Furthermore, why did Brian try to hide the murder? Like when he impersonated Gabby with text messages. Why did he run away after she was reported missing? It seems clear that Brian murdered Gabby and was trying to get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
He was afraid of prison, even though he tried to convince people otherwise in his note. There was never a hero's journey, there was only a coward's journey. Item number 4. I find it interesting that when Brian wrote this note, he knew that he wouldn't be around to face the consequences, yet he refused to accept responsibility in any meaningful way.
Mm-hmm.
He actually tried to place the blame for the homicide back on Gabby by saying that she asked him to do it, and she would not let him leave out of fear of the fire going out. Brian's level of narcissism was probably fairly high. Even when he would no longer have to face anybody, he could not own his own behavior. He had to protect his ego and his pride above anything else.
Yeah.
He had an opportunity to bring a measure of peace to Gabby's family.
Prideful, violent 12-year-old.
Yes.
Like, weird sense of honor raised with, like, cowboy stories or something. You know what I mean? Like, where is this mentality coming from?
And friends. He could have said that he committed the murder and there was no excuse, but he chose to make nothing but excuses. In his final moments, Brian chose to continue his deceptive behavior. If anybody had compassion for Brian, he gave his best effort to eliminate that. Now moving to my final thoughts.
Damn.
Some people have wondered if Brian Laundrie was a master manipulator, but we see from his note that he was a clumsy and incompetent manipulator.
Thank you, Grande.
Them.
Thank you, Grande. That drove me nuts about the audience when we were first covering it. With people like, "Oh, he's good." Like, no, he's not. His wife's
He's really bad. The only person that he master manipulated was Gabby.
I was speculating developmental disorder the whole time. I mean, how people thought he was a master manipulator is beyond me. I'm glad. Of course, Grande took some time to say that. I bet he also got sick of it. People thinking that, like, no, there's no way he wasn't a mastermind.
He's
anything.
actually just an idiot.
He's just a prideful, violent 12-year-old.
He's exactly a prideful, violent 12-year-old, and he's a liar.
He's a liar.
There's no way you can call yourself a survivalist and not fucking know how to handle somebody that has hypothermia.
Hypothermia and a concussion, this is an easy one. You get them to the van you live in and in some dry clothes and to help. Like,
even if you have to wait, right? Like, even if you have to wait for that help to get there, there are steps you can take to keep them warm and to keep them dry that include changing their clothes.
Yes.
Why did you not do that?
Why didn't you do that?
You know?
And why wouldn't the fire have been effective? You know what I mean? Like,
why would you not have run back to the damn van? I just don't get it.
Yeah.
Because she didn't want me to. But she couldn't even tell you that she was hurt dude. What are you talking
If
about?
all she could say was that she wanted you to kill her, which nobody
Did she
thinks to say
physically
that.
stop you? Here's the thing. Did she physically stop you from walking back to that van? Is that what it was? Or did she just say, no, Brian, don't leave me?
Yeah.
If that's the case, you say, I'll be right back. And then you go.
Yeah, exactly.
And if she physically stopped you, then why could she not get across the creek by herself?
He was a piece of shit. You know what I mean? What a piece of shit. This dude should have been, you know, again, I can't help but feel like there's a developmental disorder thing going on here because it's a prideful, violent 12-year-old raised in a culture that I don't think they were looking for that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll buy that one.
Or if they were looking, he was overdiagnosed with the wrong diagnosis. And just like rode that bad experience all the way into adulthood.
Yeah.
You know, some people have like a bad medical experience and then just take it with them into adulthood. And
yes.
Like, I was told once when I was a kid.
Necessarily that I have blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't buy autism. I know in his Pinterest he likes to say that he's autistic. I really don't buy it.
No, I don't buy it. I definitely think there's a developmental something, but I wouldn't say... I mean, if it is on the spectrum, it's a conjunction of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there's no one disorder, I think, to point out with this dude. I think there's things using highways of disorders. Like, I just don't think he's... To be that age and be a prideful 12-year-old, you are incredibly stunted. You know? So at best, developmentally stunted by his own laziness, lack of interest. Sometimes that can happen to people. You just meet people who are... that vibe that way but aren't, you know what I mean? Like, I wonder.
He made these very obvious attempts to deceive the reader. Brian mixed in overly sentimental statements in with his attempts at deception, so perhaps later in life he would have been better at manipulation, like he was developing his skills when he committed the murder. He was on the road to being a more effective manipulator. Many people experienced in the area of romance would have known that Brian was bad news. But Gabby Petito was simply not old enough and not experienced enough to comprehend his clumsy and obvious attempts at manipulation.
Yeah.
She was not able to appreciate the warning signs and may have been affected by her own affection for him. Like she didn't understand how some negatives, like violence, cannot be outweighed by any number of positives.
Yeah.
Brian's last communication was an attempt to explain how he loved the person who he killed more than anything in the world. It offers a glimpse into the distorted thinking of a murderer and how they justify negative behavior with positive feelings. There is a tragic element in Gabby Petito's story, namely how she was killed by someone who said he loved her. Brian attempted to hijack this tragedy to cover his shame and to create this fantasy of a glorious relationship where he was actually the hero. But he only further revealed the depths of his self-centeredness, arrogance, and sense of entitlement.
Oof.
Those are my thoughts on the notebook left by Brian Laundrie. Please put any opinions and thoughts in the comment section.
Oof.
I got a lot of opinions, Doc.
Oof.
I got a lot of thoughts.
Oh.
My therapist told me not to fight with stupid people, though. That's what she said to me today. She goes, don't waste your time and energy on stupid people, right? And I was like, right. So I have a lot of thoughts and a lot of opinions.
Yes. Ooh.
But what do I do here?
I love you, Dr. Grande. What a just spot on summary of everything, you know? Like, that was well done, Grande. Holy shit.
Yeah, I feel validated.
Yeah. I feel like, you know, we're not wrong with our estimations most of the time.
Mm-hmm. We good like that, though.
Yeah. So far, when we've been wrong is Kyle Rittenhouse being found innocent, which, you know, that's some old bullshit.
Yeah.
I still think that's some old bullshit.
Yeah.
I like that kid.
On Twitter.
Yeah.
He's on Twitter and he regularly pisses me off.
Oh, I bet he.
I'm like, I hate this kid so much.
Yeah.
My favorite thing, though, is like whenever he talks about going to college and then the colleges come out and they're like, no, he's not.
Ooh.
That's my favorite.
Ooh,
I'm like, y'all are just ripping the shit out of this kid.
Straight up. Oh, see Melania Trump text message that left former Trump press secretary sickened.
Oh, great. Oh, God.
Let's check this out.
Joining us now is former Trump White House press secretary, communications director, and former chief of staff to First Lady Melania Trump, Stephanie.
Oh, Lux is still. Is Lux in the living room?
What was the biggest thing that stood out to you about the testimony?
What?
Well, good morning, guys. Thank you for having me on. For me, it was the fact that he was told multiple times over and over again that people were armed, and he still went on stage and directed them to the Capitol, where his vice president and many Americans were. So that was the big takeaway. I know that there was a lot of Cassidy's testimony that was kind of bombshell stuff, but I think that was the biggest takeaway, and I hope people will focus on that rather than some of the other more colorful aspects of her testimony.
We talked to the lawyers, these former federal prosecutors we've had march through here today, and they all say the same thing you did. That testimony right there, that the president had been told that these people were armed at his rally, said he didn't care. They weren't there to hurt him and still wanted them allowed in and then to march to the Capitol. Legally, that might be the most pertinent thing. You say the other stuff you heard was sensational, but it may not be too foreign to you, given what you experienced over 4 years. She testified to the rage that she either saw or heard about from Donald Trump. What did you see on that front?
Myself.
Yeah, I think that, for me, it was I was kind of numb to it. So all of it rang true to me. Her temper,
thank you for that share, Anthony. Though.
Her explanation of his temper and the things that she heard, him demanding to go to the Capitol and saying, I'm the president, take me there. I was at the receiving end of his ire many times, and as I've said many times before, his temper is swift, and it's cruel. It's cruel, and all of that rang true to me. Also, him demanding to go
like
to
an angry
Capitol,
toddler.
You know, when I spoke to the committee, a lot of the things I talked to them about was that day and how things would have worked operationally. And when I gave my testimony, Tony Ornato's name came up quite a bit. So I do hope that he is going to come forward and testify under oath, because then he will have to tell us, did the president know that people were armed? Because of all the people, Tony Ornato will know those details.
No, really fascinating. And so they certainly want to hear from him. This idea of him going to the Capitol, Stephanie, what would that have even looked like?
Well, it would have been a very quick OTR, but I am sure, just from my own experience, this is just me talking, I don't know this for a fact, I'm sure that they had planned something earlier and were ready with some kind of a loose route to the Capitol. And at the end of the day, the president can say, "I want to go here." Now, if the Secret Service sees that there's an actual danger or threat, they can say no to him. But for the most part, if the president wants to do an OTR, that is allowed, because he is still a human being that should be able to move about freely. So I think that I think very much that it also rang true to me that Mark Meadows kept telling the president that was still an option, and then left it to Bob Engel, his lead agent, to tell him the bad news.
So, Stephanie, on the subject of the president, the former president, not stepping in to try to stop the violence as it was happening on January 6th, there's an episode that you've written about before, but yesterday you actually posted screenshots of the text exchange you had with the former First Lady Melania
Sister came
Trump,
with receipts.
where you you say, do you want to release a statement saying that basically violence is bad? And she writes back to you one word, no. Why is this important to you?
For me, it was really important because, over the years working with Melania Trump, I was able to go to her. She was the first person in our entire administration who condemned Charlottesville. And often I would be able to go to her and say, this is bad. And she would either pick up the phone and call her husband and talk him down from something, or she would put out a statement well ahead of the West Wing, to set a tone saying this is not okay. That day when I sent her that text, the text I wanted her to say wasn't even political. It was just saying, everybody has the right to peaceful protest, but there's no room for violence. And she just said no. And it just made me think she knew something. It made me think she knew that perhaps her husband was going to try to be down there. She knew something ahead of time. It just, I don't know this for a fact.
Look, it's cool that, like, okay, it's fine that the first lady has some say. You know what I mean? But is this a situation where we have a European national seriously influencing one of the most, like, polarizing presidents we've ever had?
Uh-huh. Yeah. That's what this is.
Okay, just wanted to, like, make sure, like, I'm reading that right. Like, wait, did this...
Yeah,
did she
you got it, babe.
seriously, like, honeypot the entire administration into thinking she's one way, and then when push comes to shove, she's like, no.
Yeah.
Nah.
It's very like James Bondy kind of setting. Yeah.
Yeah, like, what is this? It's crazy. This is crazy.
Yeah.
Fact, but again, knowing her as well as I did at that point, it was so unlike her to not have condemned it. That was the moment it all kind of broke me. That's what I wrote in the book, and I resigned immediately afterwards. So yesterday, hearing Cassidy's testimony, I felt compelled to show that text because it was a lot of context, I thought. And again, knowing Melania like I did, I was so disappointed and discouraged and sickened that she wouldn't stand up and just say simply, there should be no violence.
Stephanie Grisham, thank you for speaking with us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Damn.
Yeah. Oof.
Yuck.
Just gross. Gross, Melania. Like, that didn't have
Justified.
to
And we called
be that way. That's gross. If
Yep.
you were a soldier for, you know, the actual people on the ground, jeez. Yeah. NATO has invited Sweden and Finland to join. So NATO is
I'm into it.
is growing. Yeah. Did you hear they detained 2 people in the truck thing?
I did see that. Yeah, but I wanted to go over it with you, so I didn't do too much digging.
Well, it's still news that is breaking, so let's hop into this an hour ago from CBS News. Let's check this out. Oh, she gonna be silent.
Dozens of migrants found dead in the back of a tractor trailer on Monday.
Mourners held a vigil in San Antonio for the 51 victims last night. Attendees demanded immigration reform to prevent future tragedies. One woman shared her own struggle to survive the trip across the border.
I'm here when I was 14 years old in an 18-wheeler as well, and I passed out from the heat. So this hits.
Officials believe this could be the deadliest human smuggling case in modern U.S. history. CBS News immigration reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez.
That we know of.
That we know of, yeah.
Camilo, just a devastating discovery in that trailer.
Not to sound too Alex Jonesy, but boy, was he on it yesterday.
Yeah, I found myself agreeing with him for the first time ever until, I mean, there's always an until.
Yeah, well, you know, I've agreed with him in the past about a few different things. Alex Jones is right sometimes. It's weird. It sucks.
Yeah, but like you said, even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Twice, yep. He burns through so much toner with that printed news. He's got to be reading something that's, reading into something that's spot on at some point.
It really hits home the human toll of the immigration crisis. So
which is my format.
The latest in this particular investigation.
Just without toner.
Know who was responsible for this?
Hi, Tanya and Elaine. This is believed to be the deadliest suspected migrant smuggling case of its kind in U.S. history. We have seen deadly smuggling operations in the past under both Republican and Democratic administrations, but the number of victims here is unprecedented, and it could unfortunately increase. Officials have said that they found 50 people dead, at least so far, as part of this incident. Officials are still trying to identify other victims.
The way he talks
These
is really
include
bothering me.
Nationals from Mexico, Honduras, and Guatemala, and the identification process has been delayed by the fact that many of these migrants did not have forms of ID, and they are foreign nationals, so there has to be some sort of consultation with foreign governments.
You're crushing it, though,
3
boo-boo.
people have been detained as part of this incident in connection to this case by the Department of Homeland Security, who is the lead investigative agency in this case. And lastly, it's important to note that, unfortunately, this is part of a broader trend. Border Patrol statistics show that hundreds of migrants die per year trying to cross the U.S.-Mexico border illegally.
You know, Camilo, this is an issue that you have covered for so long now. You know how intractable, at least when it comes to national politics, this issue really is. Very highly charged. What kind of reform, really, do activists
I had to delete somebody off my Facebook yesterday that we went to school with because they read the story and went, yeah, well.
Yeah, see that I got no space for you in my life. If you want to be one of those inbred hicks that makes Arkansas look bad, go ahead and just keep on doing that. Keep ruining
I'll
the
drop
place.
his name on here too. He made me so angry.
Ooh,
I did not engage, but I will name drop him.
Hey, you do what you do, boo. Because I don't.
Danny Schumacher.
Of course, he frequently falls into it. You'd think the dude grew up at a Klan rally half the time. Like, I love him to death. He's a good guy. It's just, dude.
I don't know, man.
How do you not see how wrong that behavior is?
Right. Like, he's always on the wrong side of history, and I don't understand it.
I mean, I'm
like, we went to the same school, homeboy. I know you did. We weren't raised like that, you know?
I'm pretty confident Sydney and my fucking great-grandfather was Mexican. Like, leave us alone. Immigration should be easier. How about that? They were explaining earlier in a video that we watched, I think in part 1, or maybe earlier in this stream, that, you know, it's bottlenecking to the actual, like, legal immigration sites, and it's backed up, and that's causing an influx of, you know, illegal immigration. People are tired of waiting, and they're coming from the triangle countries.
Well, they can't wait anymore.
Yeah.
There comes a point where you're like, I'm trying to do it the right way, but nothing's happening.
Yep.
And I need help, you know?
Yep. Exactly.
And they can't wait anymore. I know my best friend, his parents immigrated here from Russia, and it took them 17 years to become citizens.
Yep. There was a guy I worked with for 4 years, and it wasn't until the end of the 4 years that his wife was able to actually legally, you know, like it was all said and done, and she was able to get her citizenship. Like, it was a lengthy process, and it's hella easy for someone who was born here to just say, you know what I mean, to just have.
Sure, because they have no fucking idea.
They don't know. Yeah, he doesn't. You know, there's a lot of times with the friend we're talking about in particular where I go, bless his heart. Bless them, for they do not know. I just assume it's a lack of world experience, and you know.
I want to, but like he was already on thin ice with me.
Yeah.
Back from George Floyd.
Yeah.
So whenever he was like, yeah, well, I was like, nope, that's it.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Yeah. I'm wondering if he's just dropped me as a friend a while ago, but you know, I've made no joke about on social media, like, you know, my actual heritage and my genealogical journey and my own spiritual side. So he just violates every side of that. He decided to be on the side of the mouth breathing people I hate, and that's, you know, he's one of many at this point. One of many at this point. Yeah,
he's one of many. It's sad because we were such good friends growing up, but like I think that's almost worse because it's like, I know where you came from, I know how you were raised, and I know how you thought.
Yeah.
Back then, what happened?
What happened? Where's the compassionate person?
Like, he was super stoked for the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
Who's the compassionate person? And who are you putting this asshole face on for?
Right, exactly. He was in the military, and I think that's where he likes to place the blame.
Yeah.
But
that it really spun him around to a certain way of thinking. And he's, you know,
Derek was also in the military, dude. I don't get it.
Oh, there.
Oh, wow.
Probably
there it is.
Boom. Okay, I should be
There you are.
Ooh, yeah. Bam. Okay, now we're back. For realsies.
Mine went down too, and I can't figure out how to fix it, so it's just been here.
This
We're
last
here.
Windows update has really boofed a lot of stuff for people.
Yeah.
Like I feel like every time Windows updates, I have to like refigure out something with the streaming setup. And then the hiatus didn't help. I got spoiled to like the Hangouts low needs.
Yeah, that's true.
The Hangout was like black and white. There's nothing. You hit play.
Mhm.
You hit go. Oof.
But yeah, it's just very strange. I mean, he was super stoked for the overturning of Roe v. Wade when I know, because he and I talked about it, his wife had to utilize abortion services once, or his ex-wife, I'm sorry. At least that's what he said. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't mean to throw out her information, but how are you going to be like that whenever it saved the person that you
Care about.
Yeah.
Supposed to care about the most.
Yeah.
Honestly despicable. I've told him before too, and this is why probably one of the rare people that have gotten an apology from him is I've told him that you should genuinely be ashamed of your actions. Man to man, you should be ashamed of how you're acting, and I don't want to be associated with it. And I've gotten an apology from the guy, but there's only so much of like if you just keep being that person, then go be that person, boo boo. That's you then.
Right.
That's
exactly.
You then. Unsubscribe.
Lux says in the chat that R. Kelly got 30 years.
Holy snap, Lux! Are you home? Where are you? Are you still at work? Oh, R. Kelly sentencing. Ooh, this is from 6 hours ago. It's 30 seconds long. Let's see what we got.
Singer R. Kelly is scheduled to be sentenced today in federal court in downtown Brooklyn. Prosecutors are seeking a minimum 25-year term, while Kelly's lawyers say he deserves to be sentenced to 10 years or less in the sex trafficking case. Now, a jury found Kelly guilty last year of racketeering and some other counts, but the judge will impose a sentence after hearing statements from victims and possibly even Kelly himself. The R&B singer is still facing child pornography and obstruction of justice charges in Chicago. Now, that trial is scheduled to begin August 15th.
Here's the live coverage.
Cruelty and control.
Let's go back a bit.
Jerika, I'm wondering, and you touched on it there just a moment ago, but what was it like inside that?
She must have formed some very distinct reactions to Mr. Kelly's demeanor.
Oh, look at this artwork.
His constant substitution
cameras.
of lawyers. I think that tended to cut against him. But again, the basic principle would be that she, the judge in the Kelly case, was applying that driving force of the racketeering statute, which was not an element in Ms. Maxwell's sentencing yesterday.
Well, Kelly has replaced his legal team since he was convicted. He is now represented by the same attorney who helped get Bill Cosby's conviction overturned. What does that suggest, Paul, about his strategy?
Well, his strategy seems to be all over the place. If you look at the docket sheet, which is publicly available, Kelly has substituted attorneys with great frequency. He has a right to do that. He did it.
Yeah, but he's still
certainly,
though.
if he believes that by bringing in
Debbie said he got longer than Maxwell. That's not wrong. You're right. He did. He got longer than Maxwell. He might deserve it though. This is actually, I mean, he was despicable. R. Kelly
sentencing. He's throwing a Hail Mary pass because the record is already set. The sentencing memoranda of both sides were already submitted, and the judge had probably already made her decision. Certainly, Kelly is going to appeal. Certainly, Ms. Maxwell will appeal. But the unfortunate part for both of them is that convictions in federal court are very infrequently reversed.
And speaking of federal court, Paul, Kelly is facing a separate federal trial in Chicago for child pornography and obstruction charges there. Now, that is expected to start in August. Is today's sentencing going to impact that trial at all?
I mean,
it's an open question to me, quite frankly, Tanya, and I don't want to get overly technical. Kelly was acquitted by a state court on the charges for which he is now going to be tried in the federal court in Illinois. So number one, I would have the issue as his lawyer of whether or not he was facing double jeopardy, in effect being tried twice for the same offense. And it may well be that given the sentence here in New York against Kelly, the proceeding in federal court in Illinois, in Chicago, may well disappear. I'm not making that prediction, but that does often happen.
Interesting.
Back on the situation here in New York, does R. Kelly have a route for an appeal? Do you see a basis for that, given the facts of the case?
Oof.
He has.
No way.
He actually has. I'll put aside the pornographic element of all of this, which is horrendous. But as a technical matter, and I don't want to, hack in the weeds, I think he may have a stronger basis for an appeal of the racketeering conviction, because essential to establishing a racketeering conviction are a few elements. But in order to do that, you as the government have to show that the victim was damaged in his or her business or property. And it seems to me from the start, a glaring omission here has been the lack of an impact. Well, I don't doubt the suffering of these young women and now grown women, but significantly omitted from the proof was what were the money damages sustained by the victims. And Kelly may have a fairly strong argument along those lines, in which case the substance wouldn't be reversed, but the case might well be sent back for the government to have another try.
I'm just so glad this fool got 30 years, dude. Let's
same.
Just glad it happened. We had the first tape trial and it ended up on the Boondocks. It was such a spicy topic, and a lot of people just kind of made a joke of it and let it happen, and shame on us. I'm glad we're moving forward as a species. It feels like,
critical element
feels
of
good.
loss of
good.
Of monetary
we need
or financial
this.
loss.
All right, Paul Batista, if you could stand by for one moment. We also want to bring in CBS News national correspondent Jerika Duncan, who is outside the courthouse with more on this. Hi, Jerika. Can you give us some color on what happened today inside the courthouse when the sentencing was read?
Well, we were possibly expecting to hear from R. Kelly, but in the end, his attorney said that her client would not be giving any statements, as you guys had just mentioned, those pending cases. But the judge started off by simply saying that the sentencing of another human being was probably the hardest thing that
just
a
in
judge
time.
has
R.
to
Kelly
do,
got sentenced
but
to 30
laid out
years.
What this sentencing was supposed to reflect. The sentence, she said, must reflect the seriousness of the crime, the act as a deterrent, and protect the public from future crime things. But at the end, as you just mentioned, of course, if you're just joining us, R. Kelly sentenced to 30 years in prison. The federal prosecutors were asking for an excess of 25 years, so they got what they were looking for. Meanwhile, his defense team was hoping somewhere in the range of 10 years because they felt as though the punishment did not fit the crimes that he was convicted of.
How they feel the punishment didn't fit the crime. Wow. Ugh.
Yeah, Erica, I've been there. Been there many times.
Yes, Erica asked in the chat, have y'all ever been through a life situation and see someone going through the same thing and you want to give advice, but no, it won't help, and they have to just go through it and get through it. Yeah. It's rough watching, it's also part of being a parent, and it sucks. I genuinely felt that way from the first time my kid stubbed his toe, anytime, the first time a chicken pecked his hand. All those things that are like the worst thing that have ever happened to you. People, you achieve new benchmarks, and parents, that's really a lot of what being a parent is. You watch your offspring go through all of that, go through everything you went through. That was, every benchmark.
People.
Yes.
Or just like people, maybe not even necessarily people care about, but it's almost like you feel this compulsive need to be like, hey, I've been there, done that. Here's your warning. But it's not going to help.
It's not going to help. There's nothing, you can't, I couldn't tell myself anything back when I was really fucking up. So.
Hoping to hear from some of the victims who were inside today.
Yes, Erica.
We know that federal prosecutors are expected to come out and address the media. Something that I thought was very interesting, because we have heard from some of these victims before during the...
Actually, before we get to the media address, let's take a quick break. I'm going to hit the restroom and be right back, guys.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Boo.
I'm back. We're back. We're doing it.
Welcome back.
Oh. Hi, guys. Welcome back to News Dump.
Hi.
Please go to pillar.io/MURKradio. Get some deals on some coffee or a battery for your phone.
Do it.
Every time you get a deal, it helps us out. Deals for deals. You got coffee, we get funds. Hit us up. But let's hop into this. Let's see what this. I'm sure the press has come out since this lady said this. So let's hop forward a little bit in this R. Kelly business.
I'm into it.
See if we can get to this.
I'm so glad to see him.
Yes.
It makes me mad.
Damn, where are we at?
Live. For now, we're going to take a quick break. More news is next on CBS News.
They break it.
Their stories are out.
Hop forward.
CBS News app.
Could care less. Oh, damn. So they were just literally up to the same thing I was.
15th district, former President Trump's support paid off for Representative Mary Miller.
Did we miss them actually coming out and saying anything?
Faced off against another incumbent, Representative Rodney.
Is it only 1 minute?
Statutes of limitations.
Did they drop?
Over a course of
Recap for our viewers. R. Kelly has been sentenced to 30 years in prison. He's also facing more charges in August. We are waiting to potentially hear from some of the victims. If that happens, we will bring those comments to you live. For now, we're going to take a quick break.
Yeah.
Jurors have just reached a verdict in the federal trial of R&B singer R. Kelly. He has been found guilty of racketeering. He is also charged with sex trafficking. These are charges that could send him to prison for decades, and CNN's Gene Casares has been following this case for us. We also
Let's go here. R. Kelly's former bodyguard. This is like a Greek tragedy? Excuse me?
Well, he was one of the biggest names in music, vaulting to fame with songs like I Believe I Can
This bodyguard better not have been complicit in letting any of this shit happen.
Fly, Bump and Grind, and Ignition.
If he's saying that in context of the
seems like it.
If he's saying that in context of the lady's story after being complicit, I'm gonna be fucking. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it
throw
on.
up.
I'm just gonna leave the fire on for the rest of the stream. F it.
Yeah.
F it. It's just a big mood day. It's a big mood day.
And
what we have here at MURKradio. Big mood.
To sexually abuse women, girls,
and pizza.
and
I
boys.
also got a piece of pizza
Late
during
today,
the
a
break.
federal jury found R. Kelly guilty of racketeering and sex trafficking involving interactions with 6 women. Over the course of the 6-week trial, prosecutors laid out in harrowing and graphic detail how R. Kelly was the ringleader of a criminal enterprise that bolstered his music, his image, and his sexual gratification by recruiting women and girls for sex, holding them against their will, and threatening them if they misbehaved. Some of the most gripping testimony came from a woman who said R. Kelly whisked her to his
despicable
Chicago recording studio, where she was kept locked up and was drugged before sexually assaulted by him while she was passed out. We're standing by to talk with R. Kelly's former bodyguard, but first, our Stephanie Ramos leads us off.
Tonight, after decades of suspicion and allegations, it took just 9 hours of deliberation for a Brooklyn jury to find R&B singer R. Kelly guilty on all counts. The singer facing decades in prison for 8 counts of sex trafficking and 1 count of racketeering, alleging Kelly was the leader of an enterprise made up of individuals who would, quote, recruit women and girls to engage in illegal sexual activity with Kelly, arranging for them to travel to concerts throughout the United States.
Today's guilty verdict forever brands R. Kelly as a predator who used his fame and fortune to prey on the young, the vulnerable, and the voiceless for his own sexual gratification. To the victims in this case, your voices were heard and justice was finally served.
Over the course of 6 weeks, jurors hearing testimony from 50 witnesses, some of them victims, women, boys, and girls at the time. Gloria Allred represents several of the witnesses.
I have been practicing law for 47 years. During this time, I have pursued many sexual predators who have committed crimes against women and children. Of all the predators that I have pursued, however, Mr. Kelly is the worst.
ABC's Michael Strahan spoke with R. Kelly's longtime assistant, Diana Copeland, in August.
They asked me during the trial, did you notice their reaction with males? And I did. They didn't want to speak to the males. In fact, sometimes they would ask me to interact with the males.
So they didn't want to speak to the males, or were they told not to speak to the males?
Well, that piece I can't speak to because I don't know if they were told, but I would say that you can pretty much surmise that that was probably the case.
One of Kelly's survivors testifying at the trial, saying she was a member of his fan club and she was just...
He made them act. He made them so scared to interact with men that they would shut it down. He's responsible for that as abuse.
That's disgusting.
It's disgusting. Manipulative, disgusting. We're talking about master manipulators here. Here's a well-funded,
there you go,
prideful, violent 12-year-old who, this is what it would look like, thank God we're getting them locked up,
16 years old when she met
Maxwell.
him.
No one deserves what they experienced at his hands or the threats and harassment they faced in telling the truth about what happened to them. We hope that today's verdict brings some measure of comfort and closure to the victims.
During the trial, Kelly's defense team alleging that accusers were just jilted lovers. Tonight, his lawyers saying they plan to appeal today's decision.
Of course, Mr. Kelly is disappointed. He was not anticipating this verdict.
because based on the evidence, why should he anticipate this verdict?
Kelly also facing a slew of other state and federal charges in multiple states stemming from abuse allegations. Among the women mentioned during testimony, famed R&B singer Aaliyah, who died in 2001. Prosecutors argued in a separate case that she forged her age on her birth certificate in order to marry R. Kelly when she was just 15 years old. One of the final
That's a true
witnesses
story.
in the trial described him abusing Aaliyah in 1993 when she was just 13 or 14 years old.
That was not a couple. That was an abusive connection where someone trusted her producer and was preyed upon. I didn't want to bring this up, but over the years and after watching Surviving R. Kelly, I felt it was an obligation as a fan, as a journalist, and as a woman to address it.
A representative for R. Kelly said the singer didn't know Aaliyah was underage.
15 is not of the age of legal consent, right? I mean,
right, except that my understanding is that she did not claim to be 15. And in order to get married, she had to lie about her age.
And he is saying that he had no idea.
No idea.
That's bullshit.
Bullshit. No.
The
no.
fuck you didn't know.
Bullshit. Oh, I hope. Ooh, I'm excited to hear what his camp has to say after this sentencing.
In July 2019, he was arrested after a federal grand jury indicted him on 13 counts, including child pornography, enticement of a minor, and obstruction of justice. That trial was pushed back several times, in part to allow the Brooklyn trial to go first. And in February 2019, Kelly turning himself in after Cook County State's attorney charged him with multiple counts of aggravated criminal sexual abuse. R. Kelly has denied those allegations.
Are you innocent?
The furor over the R. Kelly sex abuse was reignited after a Lifetime documentary detailed allegations of sexual abuse by R. Kelly.
Can you describe the physical abuse?
I
wish that I would have been able to see the fullness of the monster.
That was
Surviving R. Kelly.
yeah, I saw that. I've seen the first few like series that they did on it, and
I'm trying to like make a list of things to watch in the watch party room before we start doing that.
Oh yeah. Surviving R. Kelly, stuff like that.
I would really like to do the Lee Atwater story.
I need to get a Twitch only set up so we can stream our Discord watch parties.
Yeah.
You know, maybe get a little closer to Twitch affiliate.
Ooh.
I'll get there. If anybody is watching right now and they're not they have a Twitch account, please follow and watch me on Twitch. I'm trying to just hit that affiliate status. Ooh.
Yeah.
Man.
We'll get it. It's almost there.
But R. Kelly, again, there was genuinely, these ladies had to have felt like there was a conspiracy around them. Like, to that this shit was just allowed to happen. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So many people just went along with it.
Was dealing with.
Kelly has long denied all accusations of sexual misconduct and claimed his innocence in a testy 2019 interview on CBS this morning.
I didn't do this stuff. This is not me. I'm fighting for my life.
He has consistently protested rather loudly against these claims against him. Stephanie Ramos joins us now. So what comes next, and what kind of sentence is R. Kelly looking at?
That one.
So R. Kelly is scheduled to be sentenced May 4th of 2022, and prosecutors today said Kelly faces
that shit went all the way into June, but whatever.
Behind bars and up to life in prison, Lindsay.
And give us a sense of the reaction pouring in from this verdict.
Lindsay, so much reaction pouring in, especially on social media. So many people saying they just can't believe it's taken this many years to prosecute R. Kelly on his alleged sex crimes. Others saying that justice has finally been served. But there are, of course, supporters of the singer. But for the majority of the people out there, what we've seen is that they're feeling relieved by this verdict. Lindsay.
Yeah, many saying that the action was not taken criminally until that documentary came out. Stephanie Ramos, our thanks to you.
Damn.
And for more on this verdict, we bring in Jim Kratz, R. Kelly's childhood friend and former bodyguard. Jim,
but
thank
no
you so
one did
much for
anything
coming
until
on the
after
show.
the Surviving R. Kelly.
In past interviews, you've said that you wish that you had done more early on to stop R. Kelly.
They literally had to turn the public against him first.
Yeah.
First.
Yeah.
They literally had to,
I'm with you, Danny.
you got to. Yeah. Oh, Aaliyah was great. Genuinely. And this dude genuinely preyed upon her. They, in our Surviving R. Kelly, I believe they break it down, don't they? Like
yes,
the relationship with Aaliyah. Yeah, I believe that's that series. Yeah, we'll have to watch party that. It's been a minute since I've watched it. And I know we've definitely got the streaming platforms that have it for sure. If you don't,
Yeah, I
what
definitely
mean?
do. If anybody wants to do that, I'll set up a watch party. We'll watch it.
Hell yes. Yeah. Oof. Now this guy, childhood friend and former bodyguard, he had to have known. He had to. We're not talking about the wife of a serial killer. We're talking about a friend and bodyguard.
Right.
He didn't say,
Right.
he didn't imply, he didn't act like it was just okay around you. Like, I don't know.
Lindsay, it's just sad for everyone involved. The young women, his children, fans. It's almost like if someone has terminal cancer, you kind of are ready for an outcome, but when it happens, it's still kind of numbing. And I'm torn a little bit, to be honest with you.
And have you spoken with Dre at all, who, of course, is R. Kelly's ex-wife, mother of his 3 children, and really like a sister to you? How's she responding to this verdict?
I haven't today. I would imagine, she's probably in disbelief, even though I think she was pretty prepared for it. I imagine I will. Again, I'm just really worried about her kids, the 3 of her children. It's got to be extremely hard.
And Jim, I know we've talked in the past, you also said it in the Surviving R. Kelly documentary, that when R. Kelly was tried that first time in Chicago, you said that when he came back, the verdict came back not guilty, you said you felt relieved. Why the change then with today's guilty verdict?
Because of what I found out literally over the last 6 years in terms of people I've talked to,
Well, you found out over the last 6 years, dude. He had to have.
It doesn't make any sense.
No, he had to have known.
To find out certain facts that I didn't know 20 years ago. 20 years ago, it was not a litany of people. It was probably 4 or 5 individuals. And of course, when it's your friend, you're gonna back your friend. But just hearing.
Oh, so he knew about Aaliyah then?
Yeah.
It was 20 years ago, 2001. He's there, before and during and after Aaliyah.
Uh-huh.
F this dude, man. Yeah, act all surprised. Now, you didn't do shit for those ladies. For Aaliyah, you didn't do shit for Aaliyah.
Victims and hearing some of the testimonials and seeing the evidence.
One of the
some of
club,
things that I know to be true were just kind of shocking when I found out.
I can understand the idea of wanting to back your friend. You've known R. Kelly since you were both teenagers. You were 15 when you first met. You've talked about seeing him change over the years. But even if somebody is your friend, you might see some red flags early on. Were there any indicators for you that you went back later and you thought, oh, I guess that didn't quite add up?
Yes. In hindsight, yeah, there were, Lindsay. When you're younger, when you're in your late 20s, and certain things, when you look back on it, yeah, you're like, oh wow, that makes sense. Or there were some things, and it troubles me. I'm not gonna lie about that. Certain things that I really can't talk about that I absolutely wish I had a foothold in and done something about.
The jury agreed with prosecutors that R. Kelly's sex abuse amounted to a criminal enterprise. As his former friend and bodyguard, did you see evidence of that kind of widespread operation? Were there other people who were around him that you were concerned about early on?
Not during the time that I was around. You got to remember, Lindsay, we're going from 15 until probably the second album. I got married shortly thereafter, and I wasn't really around during the 2001, 2, 3 period. So I can't speak on what happened, from 2000 on. We were still cool. I'd still see him, but I wasn't in the studio like that, like I was for the first couple of albums. I can tell you this, if I was, it'd be probably a different outcome. If there were a few of us that were childhood friends that were around, there'd probably be a different outcome. Versus a lot of people that are around him that I considered yes men.
Is there anything you'd like to say to his survivors tonight?
I mean, what do you think about that, Arianthi? I kind of took a little bit of like, well, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, I still feel like he was there for the Aaliyah stuff, which is the late 90s.
Right, and I have a hard time with there would have been a different outcome, but you didn't do anything.
You didn't do anything when you were there. Yeah. Like
to the many accusers and victims.
I hope this brings them some solace. I pray for them. I know they've been through a lot. I've spoken with a lot of them. And it's a lot, and trust me, I've had long conversations with quite a few of them, and they're hurting and still battling this 20 years later. It's almost like a form of PTSD. It's not going away. A lot of them have, got therapy. So I just hope this brings some sort of solace. But Lindsay, it's a monumental tragedy all the way around. I mean, this is almost like a Greek tragedy. I mean, to see someone that you were friends with poor, grow up, we were in the L, when he was singing for Change, and then become, at one point, the number one superstar, in the world at one point, and working with everyone, to the fall like this. It's just like, it's literally like a Greek tragedy.
I understand that there's a lot that you want to say that you cannot say publicly, at least. So I do appreciate what you can share, and thank you so much for your time and talking with us tonight, Jim.
Thank you, Lindsay. Appreciate it.
No! Shit! It's George Stephanopoulos. No!
Almost gotcha.
He almost got me. No. He's so scary. He's so daggum scary. Nobody needs that. Nobody needs it in their life. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Well, let's see what we got. Let's see if he's...
I empathize with him a little.
I do. I do kind of feel for the dude.
I've been there. I've been there where the person who you grow up with, the person that you love because they're your friend, does something atrocious, and you have to be the one that picks up the pieces afterwards.
Yeah.
It's just how society works.
Yep. Fortunate. All right. Oh, shit. I found it. I found the press conference.
We did it.
Let's do this business.
He's not a predator. Anything
He is.
He is. Yeah.
No, he's not a predator. Anything
He is.
He is. Classic live press conference. Hand hard left. Never get this shit in stereo.
We just went over some of the terms that the judge was reading to him. We didn't have a lot of time. But he was prepared for it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. On behalf of our Kelly supporters, we do support you. Thank you very much for all your hard work. Thank you. Waiting on the appeal to come.
Oh, damn.
Hi, everybody. The U.S. Attorney's going to come out now.
Okay.
I'll give you their names. There's going to be 2 speakers.
Name drop
I'm
them.
not going to take any questions because of the appeal. So we're going to hear first from the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of New York.
I like him.
Breon Peace.
The Eastern District.
Breon.
Yeah.
His name is Peace, P-E-A-C-E. Okay, and then he's going to be followed by Steve Francis, F-R-A-N-C-I-S.
I'm sorry, what's his first name?
Steve. Executive Associate Director United States Homeland Security. Correct.
United States
Department of Homeland Security.
Thank you.
He'll be the second speaker, okay? So first, the U.S. Attorney, Breon Peace, then Steve Francis, Homeland Security.
Any
Okay?
idea how long he's going to speak for?
I think the two of them will be done in 5 minutes, 6 minutes, something like that.
Will the victims come immediately after?
I don't think so. I'm not aware of the victims coming out, any victims coming out here to speak.
Gloria Allred is going to be addressed. But a press conference. Yeah.
Okay, so just stand by.
Be like, go find out.
Come out and get them now.
We don't actually want to talk to you. We don't even like you.
Yes, I saw that. That's what I was wondering if it'd be immediately after.
Like, all right,
You're
bring out
always
the people
kidding,
now. It's live, but I've backed up a bit.
Oh, I was just gonna let Flannel believe they were hallucinating.
Yeah, they hallucinating.
Hallucination.
I brought back the news ticker, so there's also breaking news on the ticker below.
Oh.
Yeah. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe, guys. We're back. Proper this time. Drop those super chats. It goes a long way. Be like Erica and get some of that Death Wish coffee from pillar.io/MURKradio. Gotta just click on Death Wish Coffee. Shout out Erica. I'm excited to see how that coffee tastes. Like the kind that you got, I think it was like blueberry something. Sounds good.
It really does.
Yeah, looking through the flavors yesterday, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna be getting some coffee. Vanilla blueberry, yep. It's gonna be good. Is this Peace? Mr. P-E-A-C-E?
Moments ago, R. Kelly was sentenced to 30 years in prison. This is a significant outcome for all victims of R. Kelly, especially for the survivors who so bravely testified about the horrific and sadistic abuse they endured. R. Kelly is a predator, and as a result of our prosecution, he'll serve a long jail sentence for his crimes.
Good.
With the aid of his fame, his money, and most importantly, his inner circle, R. Kelly preyed upon children and young women for his own sexual gratification for decades.
Yeah.
He used coercive control, exemplified by a pattern of isolation, rules, dependence, threats, intimidation tactics, physical abuse, and at least once, the presence of a gun, to force victims, including minors, to engage in sexual activity with him and others, and to become unwilling participants
You met R. Kelly,
in the
Danny.
pornographic films he wrote.
I got a feeling
Was he at least kind?
And directed.
Feeling that's not true.
He continued committing his crimes for
yeah.
almost 30 years
I'm gonna let it go,
and
though.
avoided punishment until today. Today, the sentence shows that the witnesses reclaim control over their lives and over their futures. These are voices of mostly black and brown women and children that were heard and believed.
Yeah, don't feed that problematic
Was finally
boomer.
achieved.
Ignore
This is
that.
a victory for them, for justice, and for future survivors of sexual assault. Victims of sexual violence
Real
must
shit
be
happened
heard,
in the Discord in pics and
perpetrators
such.
must be held accountable, and our women and children must
I wouldn't
be
piss on R. Kelly if he was on fire either, Erica.
He pissed on you, though.
He would.
testimony.
He would. He wouldn't even
How powerful,
ask consent. He'd trick you into it.
famous your
Fuck R.
abuser may
Kelly.
be,
Yep.
That fucker's
or how
gone,
small
dude.
They may make you feel. Justice
So glad.
is the truth.
He's gonna be in jail for a
I
long
wanna say
time.
that this case would not have been possible without the outstanding work, dedication, and skill of the prosecution team, Assistant United States Attorneys Elizabeth Geddes, Nadia Shahada, and Maria Cruz Melendez, Senior Investigator Keith Kolovich, and former paralegal specialist Kira Winthen and Alyssa Fagel. Their dedication to the truth and justice was truly extraordinary. I want to commend and thank the special agents who handled this case for their outstanding work Ryan Chabot and Sylvette Reynoso of the Department of Homeland Security.
Remember the screen share.
Under the supervision of supervisory
on Red Alert reminders.
Elvin Hernandez and Patrick Gill. They and detectives from the New York City Police Department painstakingly went through the documents, the records, and interviews to collect and verify the facts that became the foundation for this strong case.
It's the sweetest thing ever. Erica thinking it's dead air and being the coolest homie coming in clutch and filling some dead air for me, but we're watching a screen share.
Those who came forward.
It's like the sweetest. It's like, you know what I mean? Like,
it is thanks to you.
That's like somebody's bringing you food and falls. You know what I mean? Like, oh, yeah. It's like the sweetest thing. I'm so sorry. Shit.
Steve Francis for remarks.
No, not you, donkey. It's again, it's from a sweet place every
Good
time.
afternoon, everyone. I'm Steve Francis, the Executive
I
Associate.
love it when you guys fill the dead air for me. It's like my favorite thing.
Robert Kelly once said,
I know where the your heart is in the perfect place.
Over the course of this HSI-led multi-year investigation and 6-week trial, a jury of Mr. Kelly's peers confirmed what these courageous victims have known for a very long time. Mr. Kelly is not an honest person. This man is a prolific serial predator who utilized his status as a Grammy Award-winning household name with global recognition to inflict pain and anguish.
Big virtual hug, Erica.
Despite numerous reports of his destructive abuse over the years, the brazen acts of intimidation against his accusers kept him shielded from prosecution until HSI, the U.S. Attorney's Office from the Eastern District of New York, and these incredible prosecutors and NYPD initiated an investigation into his criminal organization. Today's sentence is a victory that belongs to the brave victims who came forward. Despite intense public scrutiny, despite social media slander, despite threats to their own health and safety, and despite being asked to relive the pain of some of the most traumatic days in their lives, they told their stories and they made their voices heard. Today's sentencing sends a clear message that no amount of money or fame is enough to evade justice. And the money, power, and fame will not buy you immunity in the United States. And the
Is that true though? Is that true though? Is it?
A couple.
Ooh, dude, you're talking about a country that has Nachos Bel Grande more supreme than our courts. I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. I'm glad this happened today. We needed it, but
yeah,
maybe we can also be, as men, a little pissed at our country during our big win at the same time. Just throwing it out there. Yes, I've said it today. We've evolved. And we're moving forward as a species together. But ooh, man, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about all that.
That was a bold ass claim.
Pretty sure we just let Cosby out too, bro.
Yeah.
Does it really though?
That was a bold claim.
Like, ooh.
The United States government will hold you accountable for any atrocities you commit. Mr. Kelly led a criminal enterprise with his entourage to prey on the young and vulnerable by dangling promises of fame, fortune, and stardom. By the time his victims saw through the empty promises, it was too late. Mr. Kelly attempted to silence these victims through bribery, intimidation, blackmail, and physical violence. He once sang that sometimes the silence can be so loud. Thankfully, these brave victims and true survivors will be heard forever, while Mr. R. Kelly will be left alone in a jail cell in silence for many, many years to come. It is comforting to now know that not only the loud noise we'll hear every day is his prison cell door slamming shut behind him. No matter how many hit songs he may have released, his legacy
clank, bitch. Time to pay up.
By that of his voice, but by the voices of the brave women and men who came forward.
You think that'll be his new hit,
To
Danny?
the world the monster that R. Kelly truly is.
Gotta be his next hit, Danny. Hey, and Debbie, I don't know. I used to really love R. Kelly's music. I still can't. I won't lie. Like,
when they were young and vulnerable,
put it on.
are the unsung heroes today. Today is about them.
We'll put on some R. Kelly singing from jail here in a second. You know, we didn't get copyright.
Space Jam is all I cared about.
Classic. Space Jam classic. Look, sometimes you know, look, we've talked about this before. A crime can be so heinous that you can no longer separate the art from the artist. But
Yes.
there are some undeniable bops that R. Kelly has, you know.
I Believe I Can Fly is one of them.
Yeah, I mean,
Other than that, I just remember a whole bunch of girls in middle school dancing to Ignition, and it freaked me out.
I won't lie. I even like some of his problematic songs, like "Real Talk." Bitch, I wish you would burn all my clothes. Real talk, but no, it didn't. It didn't, you know. Other than that, you know, the occasional mood I'm in, nobody needs Kells. To quote Questlove, everyone has known Kells is trash for years.
Yeah.
So, Questlove said that when Surviving R. Kelly was about to come out. It hadn't even come out yet, so. Gosh, dang. Let's see, this is for Danny, though. This is R. Kelly singing in jail. We'll feed a little bit of this. Check it out. It's one of my favorite things ever.
My mind's telling me no, but my body's telling me yes, baby. And the wild style. I don't want to hurt nobody, but there is something that I must confess.
Someone down just down his pod is like, shut the fuck up!
I was waiting for it.
I'm tired of hearing it.
My mind's telling me.
That's oh my gosh. This was his most. We were talking about that. We were cracking you up yesterday, Arianthe, with this, but I guess we could actually play it. This is him, and this is R. Kelly in Ethiopia.
Oh God.
Do you have your passports?
Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots?
Girl,
Would you like to come back with Rob
to America?
America.
The sussest song ever written.
Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America? America. America.
What in the hell?
Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Who wants to come back with us to America?
It's a jam. But it's also sus as fuck. But undeniable jam. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots?
Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots?
I hope this song was entered into evidence.
I'd like to present a bumpin' ass Exhibit C, Your Honor. But crowd, do not let the bumpin', don't let the synth tones distract you. He's suspect.
Listen to the word.
This is not just a red flag. This is a red alert.
Yeah. This is a whole billboard.
Yeah, this video is literally titled "R. Kelly recruiting girls in Ethiopia."
Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Who wants to come back with us to America?
Yeah, he goes hard. Hard.
My mind's telling me no.
Oh, this is just YouTube Shorts.
Telling me no, but my body.
Like, you can't deny this shit's. You know how many children were conceived to that song?
Many.
Consensually. Conceived of that.
That's
Most
the
importantly,
key word here today.
Look, I don't feel like we should have to necessarily 86 all of our good consensual memories that we had to R. Kelly music just because R. Kelly is a shitheel. But
no.
You know, it is fair that forever we will have a little cliff note, like we realize this song is problematic.
Yeah.
I don't want to hurt nobody, but there is
Like, even that line's suspect as hell.
Yeah, I was fixing to say that.
Like, even in his, like, arguably most bumpin' ass grind and jam, it's like, oh, even, there's a touch of violence in there.
Once you get into it and you realize, like, what he's accused of and what he's convicted of, you start to go, oh, man, it's all bad.
I'm a crazy fucker. What you got?
Oh, I got some cheese, mate.
Some cheese, mate. She got some tea? You got some tea?
It's my own tea, which is amazing.
Oh, damn.
First of all,
Her own tea.
signed my offer letter.
Oh, damn.
Yes, that's all set. But
shit.
guess what else?
What else?
So, like, I walked in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Boss is there.
Oh, snap.
Boss's husband is there, obviously. But anyway.
Yeah, he always there.
So she called me last night at like 7:30, 7:45 last night, and I missed it. And I messaged her this morning. I was like, hey, I'm so sorry I missed it. Well, she was like, oh, well, it's actually better that you didn't answer me last night because I heard your voicemail message, and here's what we're going to do. And I was like, what? She wants me to start doing the ads for audiences 35 and under.
What?
Because her voice is way too old.
What?
And she said that I should have done that.
Whoa.
Like, she should have asked me sooner.
Whoa.
So, I might be going to her house tomorrow to record.
Yeah.
So, I am
Whoa.
I am basically the new young voice.
She's the new young voice.
The new young voice for our
Congrats.
establishment. Yeah.
Yo, she's a voice actress now.
And she's like, oh, by the way, here's what we're going to do. I want you to start recording these. I was like, okay. Yeah, so she wanted to talk to me about it originally, but then she heard my voicemail message when she called me last night. She was like, oh yeah, no, I heard your voicemail. She's like, I want you to do this.
Oh my god, off of voicemail. Okay. She ghost auditioned you off of voicemail.
Yeah. Well, I guess she was already considering me anyway, but like, yeah. So she was like, tomorrow you may have to come over and we may have to do this. They already have one that they need recorded for Friday.
Oh.
Isn't that crazy?
Oh. You got VO chops.
Yeah.
Legit, now you can
Are they gonna edit it?
Yeah. She's gonna be a whole ad thing.
Okay, if they're gonna edit it, then good. If not, then I have opinions.
She's gonna be running promo for famous ass shit.
Yes! Welcome! There's no money in voice acting, but welcome!
She's gonna be on a platform that I really like. Oh, that I
Well, it's probably it's probably gonna be on Facebook and shit too.
Make money on, but it's also
that'll
gonna
be incredible. You're gonna love it. We can do games together. We can do anime together.
Me.
Damn straight, dude. She's gonna be the young voice for our foundation. We both hit a falsetto area and I both at the same time.
I don't have my headphones in yet. I just got home. Well, that's part of why I was running late coming back, was because I had a bunch. Well, we had somebody show up at the box office, of course, but then like I was kind of talking to her. He was talking to me, and then like everyone else was like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening!" And then we were all just kind of like, "Oh!" And I just was getting some stuff done while I was sitting there. Like it's crazy.
The excitement in her voice is so amazing.
Oh my gosh, guys! Yeah,
we're so proud of you. Hard work pays off.
Yeah,
hell yeah!
So proud of you. She's proud of you.
I'm trying to get back into Discord now.
She's on her way. Well, yeah, you got to get here. We'll play it one more time for celebration's sake.
What are we doing?
Oh God!
Hold on, we gotta. Ooh, I guess I.
Oh, yeah, so, like, right in the middle of all of that was when he said, oh, hey, R. Kelly got 30 years, and that's why you just got a random, vague...
She didn't tell
me in the chat, because that's all I could do while I was working. R. Kelly got 30 years.
Oh, hell, well, we'll bump it one more time. In honor of Lux's, she's had a lot of good stuff happen.
This has been a weird couple of weeks.
Yeah.
It's because she's a badass.
She is a badass. She really is. And she's about to be able to start stacking up VO stuff.
Get that resume going.
I might legitimately have to start noting like
Wait,
what
wait,
I
wait,
have and
wait,
haven't done,
wait.
like what I have done.
They're gonna pay you for this, right? Like they're gonna pay you via money?
Good question.
Well, it's probably just one of your new things.
Yeah, it's probably part of my duties now.
what
Like they
you
made
have
that.
going
Oh,
on.
that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Well, no.
I mean,
No, she's being
definitely do it.
compensated. No,
Yeah.
she's being compensated for it. It's just there's been
okay.
It's a nonprofit, and it's all like it's all a little convoluted how we can even do that.
Okay,
anyway.
good. I'm glad you're getting.
Yeah.
I was fixing to get on to you if you were like, I'm just gonna do it
Yeah.
for free.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, and it's
Don't
for
ever offer anything of yourself for free. And I will tell you that I charge $100 an hour. You could charge at least, since you're starting out, at least $50 an hour. Make sure you get your money, girl.
yeah. And this is where you get
Interesting.
and see if you have a portfolio built off of stuff that's for a foundation, big high profile shit.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Put it.
Get yourself on behindthevoiceactors.com. Go to voice123.
What is it?
I'll send you links.
Yeah, she got you back.
Hang
got you
on.
back.
Those are some plugs
Yeah.
that I hear over there.
Yeah. And then we'll also we'll just get a whole new hard drive dedicated to stashing your actual audio from the actual.
Do not use Audacity. Don't use Audacity.
No.
Keep your recordings.
Yeah, no,
And she's gonna kick ass. And she's gonna be the best.
I got a feeling she's gonna be using Pro Tools tomorrow.
Yeah.
The people that she's whose house she's going to are I've heard about how
You're gonna want that Adobe.
I got a feeling, yeah. They're gonna be on Pro Tools, Logic at the cheapest, but I doubt it's Logic. But Logic would be the worst she has available because we have a whole production suite in there that's Logic Pro X. So
Hell yeah.
weird. You're girl. What a weird. You didn't even you weren't even trying. That was off of a voicemail.
That was off the voicemail. I fell asleep last night.
God dang. Well, yeah. Are you in the? You got this. You got this screen share. Can you hear this? This jam is for you.
I'm on it, but
Oh, okay. I mean, well, it's quiet, but you got it. Because it's.
Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots?
Hold them.
Girl,
Oh my
would
gosh.
you like to
Nobody
come
believed
back
me.
with Rob to America?
No one believed you that this was a thing.
No, because when he said that they got that he got 30 years, I was like, no, he was doing like songs where he's like, do you have your shots?
It was obvious.
This Ethiopia. You want to come to America?
Did you see the title of the video? What is title?
Recruiting.
Like what? Yeah.
Did you get your? I need to send this to our HR lady because she's the one who was flabbergasted that this happened. I'm like, yeah, no, it really happened. Gross.
If you there, boom! I got the link sauce for you right there.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I was looking for a reason.
Blowing Lux's phone up with resources. I'm so sorry.
I love it. Thank you so much.
Boom.
Yeah, if you need anything, if you have any questions, just message me. Just call me.
Oh.
I'm excited. I really didn't expect this, and now I'm kind of just.
This is how I fell
like
into it too.
It's like a new thing that I'm going to start doing, and it's going to be something that I'm doing consistently. So.
Yeah.
It was literally hey, do you want to help me with a video game I'm working on? And then it just spiraled.
Damn. See?
That being said, don't forget, guys, August 19th, Dragon Ball Z comes out.
Oh yes. Ooh, I'm pumped about that.
I am surprised to do it. Why are you sitting down with us today?
Guys,
I'm very tired of
R.
all
Kelly
the,
got sentenced.
lies. I've been hearing
Lux
things
left, not in
seeing
VO.
things
Now
on
she's just
blogs
in
and,
VO. Work.
I'm just tired. What are the lies that you're hearing that disturb you most? Oh my
What a day. We had a rolling blackout.
Got little girls trapped in the basement.
News dump is in 2 parts today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey. There's a class tonight if you want to go. Or no, it's tomorrow night. I'll send you the link to that too. It's a free master class. You'll like it.
Oh, okay.
She's also the lady
I got
that,
you, sis.
I gotta tell you, the lady that asked her to do it as one of the smoothest radio. She's been in radio for a
She's been in radio for a long time. Local radio here. She's kind of well known here.
She's a famous person
And
here.
she
Local.
yeah,
Famous local.
after she kind of ended that part of her career, she's just been doing all of the voiceover stuff for us, because she's also our executive director, like she's my boss.
Yeah.
So
I love it.
She's just been doing that, and just today she suddenly was like, I noticed my voice is getting too old for some of these audience tags, so we're gonna start using somebody younger.
And she chose you.
Yeah.
I love that.
Isn't it nice?
I just hear that song like, and we're moving on up, like in my head. Like that happy ass, like, woohoo.
Well, I mean, I don't want to go too far into it, but this is the weirdest. I need to sit down.
Shit.
She's over there dancing like she's got to pee and she's poor.
No, I mean, this is also one of the weirdest work environments that I've been in for a minute, because they've been very nice to me.
Yeah.
And in the industry that I work in, it's usually cutthroat. You don't usually get a whole lot of care like that. And so, like, the past couple of weeks have been very interesting, personally, just because there was a lot of big stuff that happened, and their response to it was completely the opposite of what I thought it would be.
Yeah.
To the point where, like, there's a salary adjustment involved.
Yeah, there better be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, like, just
that's
to have
amazing.
this after other things had already been reconciled, and like I said, I signed my offer letter today, so everything is official now. So
well, they know your work.
Kind of it's kind of a big change that's happened this pay period. So where it's just kind of been in the making for the past couple of weeks, and it's been stressful and crazy, but it's just weird that I came home and boom, like, I might be going over to her house.
I am so excited to hear the deets on what her little home setup is too, because
I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I'm dying to know. Again, they're both of them.
Wear something cool. It's gonna get hot in there.
Oh yeah. See, it's her pad. I wonder how it's set
like
up.
I'm just wondering how she has it.
Yeah.
But yeah. So.
Ooh.
If she does radio, it's probably really nice and ventilated, but it still gets kind of hot.
Yeah.
So I sent you a link to Bloombox Studios. Anybody who wants to go into voice acting, that's where you need to start. Is Steve Bloom? He's Wolverine.
Yeah.
He's the voice of Toonami.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. No. Yeah. You hear him and everything. It's Tom.
He has an hour and a half masterclass, so make sure you sign up for that.
Ooh,
and it's at your own time. It's pre-recorded, so you can go anytime you want to.
Oh, that's really
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking at those links for sure. I'm so excited.
I blew up your phone. I'm so sorry.
No, it's totally cool. I love it. I'm super stoked about this.
I wish we lived in the same state so we could have like cake and balloons and like a ding dong.
Yes.
And a ding dong.
Yeah. I love celebrating people's life's like triumphs. Like it's the best feeling ever.
That is such insane news. That's just I never in a million years would have expected that. I imagine you feel like you found a golden ticket and then that shit paid off.
Yeah, like well, no, not like just. She was like, "Oh, by the way, here's why I called you last night. We're gonna do this together now." I'm like, "What? Okay." That's all I can say. What am I gonna do? Say no? Like
no.
It doesn't really bother me because like I was in choir for like my entire like academic career from 1st through 12th grade, and I'm used to like using my voice. That's not the problem by any means. It's just like it's just the way I get approached sometimes.
Piers Morgan. I should be all right with Piers Morgan. Sorry, Debbie came in with Piers Morgan did a thing on Maxwell. It's from 23 hours ago. Let's throw this on. She will appeal, Gillian Maxwell. Oh, what? So what's... Yeah, but what stance is Piers on? Where's he at?
Oh.
Well, good evening. This is Piers Morgan on
You never fucking know with that guy.
In the last few
Him
minutes,
and Owls.
Ghislaine Maxwell,
It's always
the
something
former
fucking
girlfriend
new.
Of billionaire paedophile Jeffrey Epstein
has been sentenced to 20 years in a U.S. prison for helping Epstein abuse 4 teenage girls.
Right.
Incredibly, just before the sentencing was announced,
Oh, you can tell when
Maxwell
Lux
stood
is
up
in
in
it.
court and played the victim
Her
herself.
tone is
She said,
so,
"I empathise
yes.
deeply with
You
all
guys
the
are
victims in this
hearing the
case.
Cloud9
I
in her
acknowledge
tone.
that
Yes.
I
You
have been the
stoked. I
victim
love
of
it.
helping Jeffrey Epstein commit
I don't know.
these
I feel
crimes."
very
Extraordinary thing
humbled
to say.
and
Well, just before the
enlightened
sentencing,
by
damning impact
their
statements
actions
were
the
read out,
past couple
including
of
from
weeks.
Virginia
Yeah.
Giuffre, who's become one of
They're
the
really
most
sweet
well-known
people.
accusers of Jeffrey Epstein after settling a sexual assault case against Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, who denies her claims. In her statement, Giuffre accused Ghislaine Maxwell of opening the door to hell. Another victim, Sarah Ransom, broke down in tears and said she became, against her will, nothing more than a human sex toy with a heartbeat and soul for the entertainment of Epstein, Maxwell, and others, and was subjected to sexual predation multiple times per day. She spoke out on her way into court.
I spent the last 17 years in my own prison for what she, Jeffrey, and all the co-conspirators did to me. I was raped repeatedly. I was raped 3 times a day sometimes. And I was not the only girl on that island. There was a constant stream of girls who were
It's
raped.
crazy to say I wasn't the only girl on that island. Like, God damn.
Well, joining me now live from the court.
There's a level of being scared because of your location. There's being stuck on an R-word island. That's, oh my God.
Courthouse in Lower Manhattan, New York, is Julia Janae from Court TV. Julia, a 20-year sentence for Ghislaine Maxwell. Already some victims coming out saying this is way too lenient. It could have been a lot more, but the judge gave an indication before passing sentence that it was going to be in that 15 to 20 range. What is your reaction to this?
I'm proud of you.
Well, Piers, we did know what the federal sentencing guidelines were going to be because the judge decided that before a short break. She believed it was going to be around 17 to 21. But putting it into perspective, these prosecutors were asking for 30 years to 55 years. So to hear that this number is 20 years, you can understand how those survivors would react to hearing it being so low compared to what prosecutors were asking for. But when you look at the guidelines, it does fall within that range around the max of what she could have received under those federal sentencing guidelines. But the judge said herself, she is not bound by those guidelines, and she would have been able to enhance this beyond had she felt that this was warranted. But she did say that she believed that this is something that is not too great of a punishment to go beyond what is necessary, but she said that it is sufficient to punish her for these heinous acts and the pattern behavior that she found so objectionable.
Julia, thank you very much indeed. We're going to go live now to Bobby Sternheim, who is the attorney actually for Ghislaine Maxwell, who's talking outside court right now.
And the issues on appeal. So I thank you.
Kevin, you're speaking?
Get what she said in a moment, just wrapping up there with the reporters outside the court. But what we can tell you, this is what Ghislaine Maxwell said in court before the sentencing was announced. I think it's pretty extraordinary what she said here. She got up and she said, "Your Honour, it's hard for me to address the court after listening to the pain and anguish expressed today. The terrible impact on the lives of so many women is difficult to hear and even more difficult to absorb in its scale and its extent. I want to acknowledge their suffering. I empathise deeply with all of the victims in this case. I acknowledge with that I have been a victim of helping Jeffrey Epstein commit those crimes. His impact upon all those who were close to him has been devastating. Jeffrey Epstein fooled all of those in his orbit. Victims considered him to be a godfather, a mentor, a benefactor, a friend, a lover. It's absolutely unfathomable today to think that was how he was viewed contemporaneously. I'm sorry for the pain that you have experienced. I hope this brings the women who have suffered some measure of peace and faintly to help you put those experiences of so many years ago in a place that allows you to look forward and
How
not
much
back.
longer are y'all
It's
going to
my
be on?
sincerest wish
For
to all
a little
those
bit
in this
longer, for
courtroom and
sure.
all those outside this courtroom that today brings a
I'll
terrible
hop back
chapter
in
to
a
an
bit.
end.
Right
May
on.
this day help you travel through darkness into
Love
the
you,
light.
bye.
Well, I'm joined now. This is the Laura again, Bobby Stone. Let's see if we can pick this up.
I'm so excited, Erica.
Thank you so much, Mr. Heim.
Okay, well, so I want to go now to the criminal defense attorney, Mark Garagos, and Tom Powers with me, who's a best-selling biographer.
I'm gonna eat the
Ghislaine's
shit out of
father,
those.
Robert Maxwell,
Yeah.
the newspaper publisher and media magnate. Let me start with you, Tom. an extraordinary statement before the sentence was announced by Ghislaine Maxwell, really putting herself as if she was another victim. Nothing to do with me, Gov. I'm with you. In fact, this line here, I acknowledge that I have been a victim of helping Jeffrey Epstein commit those crimes. How can an accomplice be a victim?
Well, it's not only that, but why didn't
Get
she
him,
say
Pierce.
that before
That
the
also
sentence,
ruffled my
before the verdict?
mustache.
Why didn't she say that in her
Right,
defense?
Joe, that makes no
What
sense.
was remarkable about the trial is that she promised the world she was going to demolish the prosecution and prove her innocence. And when the case came for the defense, it just collapsed. And this just shows she was seeking mitigation, but it's all a phony, it's all rubbish. She knows very well what she did, and she was guilty.
Rubbish,
No
right,
doubt about that. Absolutely none at all. I
Wait,
think
it's
the evidence
possible.
was overwhelming. And I think that the only thing she didn't bring into that statement was blaming her father.
Right.
And I think rightly so, because I really think that Bob Maxwell, as we all know, was an unbelievable bully, thief, and a dreadful man in many ways. But the one thing he wasn't was a sexual pervert. And bizarrely, we still don't know why Ghislaine was that accomplice in that perversion. And we know that
Here you get the 24-pack special.
I suppose one of the
A
reasons
twofer.
she might be
Hell yeah.
continuing to profess her innocence and play the
A
victim is she
twofer.
is appealing. I guess if she made any admissions at this stage, that would obviously wreck her appeal. Will that be the thinking here?
Yes, and that's exactly what I was going to say. You stepped right on it. She's going to appeal, contrary to what your other guest says. She's got a very solid grounds for appeal. I mean, remember, it may have been forgotten, but one of the jurors brought in his own personal experiences and said that his experiences are what tipped the balance during jury deliberations in the favor of guilt. That's clearly something that would be prejudicial. The judge overruled those objections and denied the motion for a new trial, but that she's got a very good and live appeal, even though appeals are always a long shot in the federal system. It makes no sense for her. Because, by the way, a 20-year sentence in federal court in America, you're going to do a lot of that time, if not 18 years or something along those lines. That's a substantial sentence, and well within the guidelines, as was indicated by your previous guest, and she's got a viable appeal. So that's clearly the explanation for why she made the statement that way.
Can we read anything, Mark, into the fact that she got the lower end of the spectrum of sentences? It could have been up to 55, 60 years, but the judge made a point of saying it was going to be in a much lower range. Can we read anything into that? Does that indicate that the judge may herself have thought there was perhaps some doubt here?
Well, remember, once again, when it came for that motion for new trial, this judge specifically, and she's going to a higher court, this was her last trial in the district court. She specifically ordered the hearing here. The DOJ, the prosecutors, were the ones who brought it to her attention immediately and asked for a hearing. There's a lot going on here, and clearly, if she had gone way above the guidelines, that would have gotten the attention of the appellate court as well, even though that's not supposed to be the case. So I think there's quite a bit going on here. I would not be so sure that this case does not get overturned. I think there's a sufficient grounds to make a very credible appeal here.
Okay, well, different views from our two panelists here. Let me ask you, Tom, just on a wider issue. It obviously wasn't just Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell committing crimes here. We know that they had a long client list of rich, powerful, apparently some famous people on that list. We don't know who they are. Are we going to find...
You know what I just realized, Lux?
Mm-hmm. No, I don't. Sorry. What?
Oh, I was like, damn, she got telepathy.
I meant
With this
as in what?
They really hooked you up. Which one of us is hosting the Grand Theft Auto stream that happens after our Star Trek stuff? I think that should be the next game we try out.
That should probably be the next one.
It's just Grand Theft Auto Online.
Yeah.
We'll just run the screeds.
Mm-hmm.
We have a good time doing that. It's a fun time. But whose channel?
We'll have to decide. May have to do both.
Luxury gaming.
Yeah.
MURKradio.
Find out.
Well, I think we
Who's
do
gonna be
know
running
who
the
they are.
streets?
I mean, there'll be lots of gossip, and we won't mention the names here.
If it's
But
on
the point
Lux's
about
channel,
it
you get to
is
see
that
me
in the
occasionally
essence,
explode
this is where I
and
disagree
fly
with
across
you,
her screen.
that Ghislaine Maxwell, undoubtedly, for many, many years, was looking for girls to groom and to provide for Epstein. And I believe those girls, not because I believe victims per se, but because their evidence was irrefutable.
And there were so
far
many
too
of
many
them.
I've
them.
never
Exactly.
seen
Far too
an
many.
upper
I
lip
think
more
about the
suitable for a
sentence. There's a
mustache.
life sentence for her. She's 60. Right. She'll be 80. I mean, that's near to death.
He's a
So I think
bartender.
that's why it's
He's
20
years old.
But I think what's
His
really
accent
important
and
here
his
is
lip.
that
Where's his
Epstein
mustache?
did, as you rightly say, have this huge circle of very, very influential friends, many of whom who saw what was happening and didn't raise the alarm. They must be utterly terrified that Ghislaine will finally do the dirt.
Why
and name them.
hasn't she so far?
Because I think that would be self-incriminating. She doesn't want to say that she was
But
part
couldn't she have
of
done
that.
it? I mean, let me bring in Mark Garagos again. Could she not, Mark, have done a deal? I've seen that many times in these kind of cases in America. If she'd said, look, I'll give you the names of all these rich, powerful people who were involved in this, but I want a much reduced sentence. Would she have got that if she'd played that card?
Look, the federal criminal system is predicated on the idea that they indict somebody or they threaten to indict somebody, and that the person then cooperates and gives you more or says that they're going to give you more regarding somebody else, usually going up the
Those look
ladder,
hella
so to speak.
good.
So yes, that was clearly
Erica.
something she could have done. In her defense, I think that she feels like, and her lawyers have argued this all along, that she was being prosecuted by proxy, that in fact, that because they didn't have Epstein, that a number of these things changed.
Man,
And
hippie
they made a
made.
pretty
Hell
good
yeah.
case for that during the trial itself. They showed that a number of these witnesses did not say originally, when Epstein was alive, that she was the kind of prime mover of this, that they only
I mean, I feel like the sentence fits.
after he died. So
I bet you she
think
doesn't
maybe
do a
going
full
into
20
it,
or
she
18
had,
though.
and, I don't have any extraordinary insight.
Fortunately,
into what
I
she
put
was
money
doing,
that she
but
gets
it would
out
not
as something,
surprise
health or
me
something's
that
going to
she thought
happen.
she had a
Good behavior, who
completely,
knows?
or at least an arguably defensible case, that there was
Maximum money
clearly
donations.
some
I
doubt
don't know.
in that jury deliberation room, because the person who says that he was molested says that his own words, gave an interview and said, I convinced those who were on the fence
Hell
that
yeah, Erica.
this kind of discrepancies that you see in the testimony is something that's standard operating procedure when you're victimized.
Mark Garagos, thank you very much, as always, for your astute analysis of that. We appreciate you joining us. We're going to take a short break. Tom, you stay with me. We're going to be joined also by Lady Victoria Harvey next, who was a close friend of Ghislaine Maxwell. Breaking news tonight, socialite Ghislaine Maxwell has been sentenced to 20 years
Hey, you got to
in
put a
jail
maple
for child
candy
sex
in.
trafficking. Well, joining me now is
Got to
Lady
melt
Victoria
it into
Harvey,
the
who
Death
is in
Wish
the same
coffee.
social circles as Ghislaine Maxwell. And
It's
Robert
an
Maxwell's
Erica.
biographer, Tom Bauer, is still with me.
We call that drink
thank you,
the Erica.
racing in to talk about this. I mean, you knew Ghislaine Maxwell for a long time. You socialised with her.
Yeah, I love.
What do you
So I
think
love
of
some
this?
old backwoods
I
hippies.
mean, apart from anything
I
else,
think-
it's an astonishing fall from grace. But what do you think of the sentence?
It is. I think the sentencing is fairly predictable. I mean, this is what her lawyers did ask for. They asked for 20 years, which is more lenient than what was being requested. But I think she will be obviously not happy, but she's probably happy that it's not more than 20. And I think for good behaviour and things like that, the fact that she's already been in there for a couple of years, that'll all come into play. And I think she'll end up being, it'll be a lot.
Do you
less
have any
a sentence.
sympathy for her?
I think, knowing what I do, a little bit, but not so much.
I mean, the
really.
theory she
did some
wants us
bad,
to...
you
Well,
know.
what she wants us all to believe, notwithstanding
Right.
the conviction and everything else, she wants us to believe that Epstein was the monster, that
Right.
he hoodwinked and conned everybody, as she put it. She conned godfathers, mentors, benefactors,
Right.
friends, lovers. She was reportedly a lover.
Well, the fact is, he died and she's taken the rap of it. And the fact that if
Doesn't mean she doesn't deserve it.
No, it doesn't mean that, but it means that the whole focus has always been on Ghislaine because there's no Epstein to blame. So all the girls, everyone, the blame has just completely gone to her. And I think that is unfair in a way. Obviously, she deserves, you know, to be in jail, but the fact that there's no one else to take the blame.
But
Everyone else is dead.
if she did what she's
and
been...
she will be dead as well. Like, I give it 6 months, she'll have a hit on her in the jail.
Well, certainly after what happened to Epstein.
Just like Epstein.
Well, they'll be very
I know
careful
that it'll
on
take
what let
6
it happen.
months.
Why is she dressed like Adam Ant?
You know what I saw?
What?
I saw Michael Jackson.
Well, hold on. Check this out. What? Oh, wait, Adam, I think I spelled it wrong. Boom. This. Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
She showed up to this interview dressed like Adam Ant.
She did.
Look at this. Look at her. Look at the embroidery. Like, look at the beautiful... Look at the...
Wait, is that... Oh, that's actually her?
No, this is Adam Ant. This is her. Oh, yeah, this is actually her. Yeah. She looks
I
like...
did not realize she looked like that.
She looks like she has a
I
floating
haven't
rose in a
seen-
jar. And
they
she's...
really just stopped doing updated pictures of her since her short hair.
Yeah, Adam Ant or Beast from Beauty and the Beast. You know? Look at that. Yeah, same vibe. What is she? She looks like she moonlights as a monster and has a floating rose in a jar. What is this lady's whole vibe? Yeah, and this is coming from a guy in a floral print shirt he's been wearing on stream for like months.
Tom, you know, you've studied the Maxwells.
It smells
so
really
long.
bad.
It's an extraordinary dramatic role.
Highest super chatter gets it.
One
I'll
of the
mail it
brothers
to you.
came out only last week with a very sort of painful interview. As
Get
you'd
that
expect.
gamer boy sweat.
Was pleading for mercy for her and insisting his sister is innocent.
I'm still holding out for the feet.
That she was like everybody else apparently was with Epstein.
Yeah, super chat for
Conned
feet
by this guy.
content or my
Absolutely
clothes
not.
mailed to
She's
you.
a product of Balliol College. She's a highly intelligent woman. She knew exactly what she was doing. Of all the people I've spoken to, who
Yeah,
are
the
picked
quote
up
I
by
heard
her.
was she would stop a driver and say, "We have to stop for nubiles." Like, you know what you're doing.
That's weird.
A nubile?
You know exactly what you're doing. What
a young
the hell?
sexualized female.
Yeah.
You say nubile in the terms of a sexualized, like you've sexualized them. That's what you call. Yeah, you hear it in porn nowadays.
I have never heard that term either, Lux, so don't feel bad.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sitting here like,
Thank
what are
you.
you calling her? Like,
You and I.
Nubile.
We don't have a dirty mind, Lux. We're not up to it.
I guess we could actually break down the. Hold on. Let me get a proper definition, I suppose. Nubile. I don't know why it's under images. A young woman sexually attractive, a young woman sexually mature, old enough for marriage. But that's
Where did
she means this first one here.
Where did that come from? Like,
What's the actual like translation?
Well,
Latin. It comes from Latin nubilis. Nubari.
well, no, I know. Like, who made it? Like, who? Like, what industry uses it? Like,
Porn. Porn uses it now.
that's it.
That's all I ever see it under.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm also not searching for sexualized youth anything. So
Yeah, I
I don't-
wouldn't do that.
yeah, like, we would be searching for that anyway.
Yeah, it just shows up on homepages of
Yeah.
porn sites in the modern context, or out of Ghislaine Maxwell's mouth when she's passing a school. Yeah, again, that clearly she means this one right here. This first definition of nubile of a young
30
woman.
years. I wonder what
sexually
his
attractive.
reaction was.
R.
I didn't
Kelly?
get to see- yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
get to
we
see
don't we don't get to see him, but his people were just like, he's not a predator, and then bounced out. Like literally got shouted down by reporters. Like it was less than 2 minutes. Like we even took a break, waited, watched some R. Kelly footage, waited for her to come out to get the response, and it was his attorney came out and was like, he's not a predator. Okay, bye. Like it was literally that fast. Like that's like almost verbatim, I think, what she said. It's like,
Yeah, like
yeah.
he's already been like he was already found guilty. So
Yeah.
what are you gonna do? Like, yeah, you're just going to hear what
Yeah. Now, Ghislaine, there's been all kinds of him-haw.
Or seduced by her
Him-haw.
in parks.
Him-haw. Her most recent, like her statement on this sentencing reads almost like Brian Laundrie's Notebook of Shame. We watched Dr. Todd Grande break down the laundry situation, kind of the end of it, like it feels like we finally have some kind of actual real, I don't think we'll ever feel like we have closure on it, but Todd Grande confirmed a lot of the issue we were saying and speculating, honestly, from a professional standpoint. That was cool. But Ghislaine Maxwell's statement reads kind of like that. Like it's a whole lot of I was a victim of, he manipulated me into trafficking people, but it's like you straight up were scalping nubiles from schools.
For years on end, she was working for Epstein, and I think the relationship was unbelievably sordid and criminal.
Is that stolen valor?
Feels like it, yep.
I realize my webcam for you viewers is over it. Bam, there we go. You see this?
What?
You see this lady's drip? Stolen valor?
Oh.
What are you?
What?
Is she a pirate?
Okay, hang on. It's on the other side of me, so like I gotta walk all the way over here to look at this up close. What the hell?
Yeah,
right?
I'm kind of digging it.
It's not bad. It's just kind of a red alert. Like, this woman's crazy.
Put it on like a dress, maybe. But like, I don't know. It's a weird flex to put that on a jacket like that.
Wearing,
it doesn't look like those belong there.
Wearing valor of your own significance is a potential symptom of a few different mental situations.
Mm-hmm.
Which is interesting. This lady looks like she's the Marquis de Lafayette. What the hell?
And I think Ian, who got away himself, was found not guilty of fraud in a trial which I thought...
the Marquis showing up with guns and ships!
I thought that Ghislaine should have the same treatment, that Maxwell's never get convicted. But, the whole point about Ghislaine is her defense was absolutely useless. She put up no defense whatsoever, having promised the public that she was going to defend herself. And most important of all, didn't go into the witness box. That was the most self-incriminating part.
And whenever people don't do that, there is always a feeling, that they must not want to risk themselves, right? The Prince Andrew aspect of this. So he has come to this settlement with one of these victims.
All the children on the starship have been evacuated in space.
I know you're
I
viewing.
got the book.
Well, you read a book about Robert Maxwell, her father.
Okay.
But
Right.
A multi.
I think I always call him John Maxwell.
Reported up to
Robert.
$11 million. Having said he was going to clear his name in fighting court, he then caved and gave her a check. Where does he now? He's trying to make a comeback in public life that nobody's got much appetite for. How damaging is this conviction, do you think, to his chances of ever returning?
Oh, I think hugely damaging. I think Andrew is finished. I think the public
it's over. Yeah, Andrew, it's over.
And I'm afraid
good point, Piers.
Brother,
it's over.
His brother will have problems too. I think with all the taking millions of euros in cash. So I think that the royal family really needs to bury Andrew.
Once Charles is fully in control of his elements.
Well, that photo is fake.
Well, Victoria,
the proper monarchical elements.
Victoria, you say
the photo is fake. Look
at
the picture in front of me. Look at it.
You say this, but you don't know that picture.
I know because I'm in touch with the person that took those pictures, and it's not Andrew in the picture. It's Epstein.
I thought.
I've seen the real picture.
Well, if that picture's fake, why didn't he go to court and clear his name?
Because I found the guy that took the pictures after he'd done the settlement.
What's his name?
I'm not telling you. No one knows this yet.
I see.
Who the Sorry, but
no, sorry.
Sorry, I'm not going to swear.
I apologise for the language.
Sorry, but I am in touch with the person that took the photo, and interestingly enough, she did meet him in a park. You
so
said
this
about
lady is
picking
crazy.
up people in a park. But he is.
Why is it Prince Andrew giving
it's clearly Prince Andrew.
He's a completely innocent man.
The proof that I had, I was in the middle of digging it all up, and the evidence I had when someone came to me, which to be honest, I thought this guy was nuts. When he first sent me a picture of this famous picture that we're so used to seeing, but it had Epstein's head in it. I looked at it and I thought,
Yeah,
This
but
is-
people can muck
this is
around
not-
with pictures these days. Honestly, I've seen it.
I have a-
it
I
was
have
happening
a
when I was on a
sign-
newspaper 15 years
I
ago.
have,
People were.
I have a signed affidavit
Mm.
with exactly how the story went down, and I've had police visit this guy, and I've had
So
detectives.
again, why would Andrew then, if that picture?
He'd already paid her. He'd paid her.
But Andrew wasn't even able to really deny that picture was real.
But why
He
didn't
know.
Ghislaine- why didn't you
Which
give it
meant
to
he'd
Ghislaine
been in that
Barber?
room.
was
He'd
in
been
on
in
it.
that house.
Ghislaine-
He'd been
Yeah,
in
why
that
wouldn't
room.
Andrew
Guys,
take an action
Ghislaine
then?
photoshopped it. She's the one that photoshopped
So why didn't Andrew
it.
fight
This lady's
the
off her
case?
rocker,
Why
dude.
give the woman
He'd already
$11
paid
million?
her. He'd settled.
I can tell by her brooches she's working for her own conspiracy on this one. She's like, I am my own. No, I'm a royal.
As I was unraveling it, I didn't have the guy that took the pictures when he settled. This happened like
Marquis
a
de
few weeks
Beehole.
afterwards.
Right. Tom, the reality is that Andrew paid this check, having said he'd clear his name. I agree with you. I think it's very hard to see a way back, particularly given
If
that
we
he hasn't
look
even
at that
tried to make
picture-
any sort of atonement for it, right?
Not only
Well, the real story will always come out.
We've moved on.
We
I
haven't
don't
moved
think
on.
I don't think that the public has any appetite for Andrew's atonement. I think the royal family has so many problems now. The last thing they need is a resurrection of Andrew. And the most important thing now, I think, is for Andrew to disappear, Ghislaine to disappear, and this story finally reaches an end.
Well, no, because there's so much more to unravel.
Well, we'll
There
see if
is
it.
so
We'll see.
much.
We'll see if
This
it
lady's
unravels.
like, but the
You-
drama.
you
This is where my
socialise with
followers
Christine
came
and
from.
Ghislaine,
just
right?
won't let it
Yeah.
go.
Dinner parties with
She's
them.
like, this is my Brian Laundry. This is my white whale. You can't know.
What was
No.
the deal with these dinner parties?
What do you mean? What was the deal with these?
Who was there? What were they doing? What was the
It's the
atmosphere?
normal situation that you would see, like in Saint-Tropez. You know, wealthy men with young girls.
Right.
His crowd.
What?
You know who you would see. I don't
Well,
know.
let's look at live pictures.
Guys, if anybody had any thoughts that maybe the Marquis de Beehole that's on this panel, the beast herself, the Duchess over there with her brooches and shit, had any self-respect, you can go ahead and press F and pay respect to what you thought was a shred of self-respect she might have had. She doesn't respect herself. That's insane. That she's just cool with being a young girl at a dinner party, I guess.
See, there's two of Ghislaine Maxwell's sisters
Jesus
outside the
Christ.
courtroom, and we'll go to them if they do speak to the
You
media
know,
waiting there.
Yeah, I remember like the.
You say a
usual-
normal thing. I mean, the
the
truth is, we
girls that
now
look like
know.
models that.
But we now know they were trafficking young girls for abuse.
And then these traffickers became traffickers, didn't they? Like Virginia, she became a trafficker.
no, these are allegations that have not been
Recruiter.
substantiated.
We know, she's admitted it on television
Right.
as
Listen,
being a recruiter.
You have to be very careful about what you say about people
I
who've
know.
not been convicted of crimes, right?
Right.
This is we're not in a court of public opinion right here, when we are, but
No,
not where you can make
I'm just
defamatory allegations
I'm
about people.
repeating things of people
But I'm
saying
curious.
this
You were at these dinner
on
parties.
television.
You say it was like a sort of Saint-Tropez dinner party, but the truth is, it was unbelievably malevolent what was going on.
Yeah.
Ghislaine Max.
Adam Ant called. He wants his everything back. But then he sent another message that said she can actually just burn it. She's horrible.
Well, was sourcing these young,
She-
sometimes underage
she was
girls for the delectation of this paedophile billionaire Jeffrey Epstein. I'm just
And
curious.
his pedophile and his
I
friends.
met her for 5 minutes at a book launch.
What did
I
you
never,
think?
This
I never
lady-
met
Just
Epstein.
was
Oh,
about
she
to
was
call
perfectly
someone a
charming to me,
pedophile.
as
What are
you
you
did.
talking
As
about?
you
Yeah,
expect
this
from
lady's a
everyone
complete
who's met
fucking
her as
clown.
told. I didn't know anything about this side of her life, obviously. I never met Epstein. But I am curious, what was the hold this guy had on so many rich, famous, powerful people?
Well, it was blackmail. So he enticed them in and he got blackmail on all of them. So she would record, she would do her own recording. So they would have a situation, get these girls,
believes the
get them
official
in
story on
political
this?
characters in situations
Who
with
is
girls.
this?
Epstein would record it, and Ghislaine would tell the survivor girls I'm in touch with, she would get her own insurance. She called it insurance, and they would have the peepholes of hotels. There was a hotel in Canada. But Epstein was operating in Canada before the US.
But if you were there, if you were one of the girls at these parties, did you ever get introduced?
Is that
to
true, though?
in any of the activity? Or not?
Get
I
it?
mean, not that I remember, no. I mean, I didn't sleep with any of his friends.
Right.
Was I there to
Did you just say
entice
that
them
that she
in?
can remember?
Probably,
Out of
you
all
know,
the
I had
crazy
a
shit she
close-
said, I believe that the least. She never slept with one
Yeah.
of Epstein's friends. No way, dude. No. You seem like you're hella into any dude with cash. You don't just
Yeah.
wear brooches like that and you're not impressed by majesty.
Yeah.
She's a weirdo. This is I didn't I mean, it wasn't until they did that long shot of the whole panel that I was like, wait, who's this nut?
Yeah.
Why does her body language and clothing options or choices make her seem nuts? Like, who is this?
My mind's telling me no.
But my body's also telling me no.
100%. Yeah.
I don't want to hurt nobody.
My body's telling me I'm about to do 30 in prison.
I'm about to do 30 in prison. Somebody get this lady away from my shopping cart. I don't know you. I don't know you. Ooh.
And it was probably respectable
The
having
Marquis de
somebody like
Behold,
me there,
dude. What
where
is
the
her
other
name?
girls
I can't wait to find this. I'm
wouldn't
gonna wait to the
feel
end of this
so
video. We'll
nervous
find
and
it
think,
out.
oh, this girl, Lady Victoria, okay, she's there, so I'm not going to be scared being around these
But
men.
what do you feel now that we know the truth about Epstein?
Yeah.
Put Ghislaine Maxwell to one side for a moment. But now we know
Girl,
what
do
he was
you
like.
wanna
He was this
come
disgusting,
back with
depraved, predatory paedophile.
Yeah, he's like a serial killer.
What do you feel about that?
Well, I watched all his depositions that he did, the recorded ones, and those are really freaky. It really brings out his character. There's this one video where he completely says, I have no recollection of Virginia, and he makes the guy spell out Virginia as in all the letters and says,
Excuse
what
me.
is that? And the guy has to
bless
spell
you.
out V-I-R.
All the sneezes.
You know what I mean? Complete psychopath.
Tom, it's a horrible, heinous crime, both by Epstein and
Heinous.
Ghislaine Maxwell. Potentially others were involved. We don't know if we're going to find out who they were or what they may have
heck
done
yeah,
or what
Erica.
they saw.
Still need to
When
get a
you look at the
MURKradio
Maxwell
Minecraft server
story,
going.
He wrote this extraordinary book about Robert Maxwell. Could
That
you
would
ever
be
imagine
crazy.
that this would happen with Ghislaine?
No, and I knew her, first of all, when she was a very small girl, when I first met Maxwell in 1973, and she was just a tiny little girl, a sweet little girl. I next saw her actually in Saint-Tropez when I was at a party, a British property developers party, and she was pretty sinister by then. I mean, I don't think Robert Maxwell ever imagined. Robert Maxwell was a tyrant, but he bullied her. And undoubtedly, she was attracted to Epstein because he was powerful and rich.
But he
And she
bullied
was
her.
I mean, that is, in the end, the
Bill
truth.
just
Well,
found
it is the
what
truth
he
because
said
tonight
to the
she's been sentenced to 20 years in prison for helping Jeffrey Epstein traffic and abuse young girls. It's a despicable crime. And
Hype my
she is
woman up.
appealing,
She's the
and we'll
shit.
see what happens with that appeal. But if she fails,
Even
to
in
appeal,
emails, she gets
she'll probably
hyped
spend
up
the rest
by
of her life in prison. Thank you both.
pretty impressive
Thank you
people.
for coming and appreciate it.
It's nice, just like them recognizing.
I gotta get your band.
Because of course, like I've known the shit they say. I say it all the time, so she used to it. I'm not new or as impressive, but yeah.
That's not true.
So I knew, I know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But yeah, it's nice to just see emails where it's, here's Lux, she's the shit. Okay, before we roll out for the day, let's check up on this NATO stuff. It's popping off in the ticker down below. Let's check it out. This is from WFFA 3 hours ago. Biden reaffirms promises to defend every inch of NATO. As you guys can tell, my voice is going. I'm having some non-allergic rhinitis show up. Those sneezes were, I'm not having an allergic reaction. I've taken allergy medication, but I will have to, we'll have to bounce here in a little bit and take some anti-inflammatories.
Yeah, Derek has to take 2. He takes Allegra in the morning and Zyrtec at night before he goes to bed. It's awful.
Yeah. I'm about to the point I'm going to have to start doubling down with 2 different types too. Because I have to constantly, I get acclimated too fast to them now.
Yeah, same with him.
But it's also just this non-allergic rhinitis nonsense. Like, it's just part of the inflammation that I deal with. Happens in my sinuses and stuff. It's there's no way I'm having, I took an allergy pill 4 hours ago. There's no way.
President Joe Biden at the NATO summit today promising...
This guy's whole vibe is alarming to me. I don't know why. I thought for a minute he was in prosthesis. I'm sorry, friend. I know you do. Dude, I didn't mean to be like that. Right at the gate with this guy.
What?
This guy kind of looks like I don't know, like if a Bolian and a Ferengi got together.
Oh.
Yeah, my bad. This guy can be mad. Please don't sue me.
My bad.
That's my bad.
U.S. help to defend, quote,
You out
every
here
inch
doing you.
of the alliance's territory.
I'm saying that with
And
this
that
much
means
forehead.
extending
so.
some deployments overseas. Karen Travers reports.
With the war in Ukraine now intensifying after recent Russian airstrikes on civilians, President Biden says the NATO alliance is proving it's more necessary now than ever before.
In the moment where Putin has shattered peace in Europe,
They didn't even bother putting a mic on this old
I
spoiled
was
milk
gonna say,
Clint
what the
Eastwood.
hell did they record him on? Potato?
Oh my gosh, they're all watching Gran Turismo. What is it? Gran Turismo? Gran Turismo?
Gran Turismo?
The fucking Clint Eastwood movie. They're all watching Clint Eastwood and just forgot he was in the room. They're like, oh, we already filled that energy today.
the United States and our allies are going to step up.
They didn't put a mic near him.
The president announcing the extension of some U.S. troop deployments in Europe, establishing a military.
They're like, lunch is over, Biden. We don't, nuh-uh. You're out of the Illuminati. Kicked out of the Illuminati.
Is it stimulus? No.
Uh-uh. Did you just fuck over more than half of the population of your nation, or did your Supreme Court do it? Out of the Illuminati. Kicked out. Revoked. Revoked. You don't even get a microphone.
The first
I don't care what
permanent
you gotta
American
say.
forces on NATO's eastern flank.
Fix those
The
trucks,
U.S.
bro.
also increasing the number of
Yeah.
U.S. Navy destroyers stationed here in Spain from 4 to 6, sending 2 additional F-35 squadrons to the U.K. and
They're in
enhancing
Spain?
rotational deployments in the Baltics.
Together, our
Is
allies,
she in
we're going
Spain?
to make sure that NATO is ready to meet threats in all
Who?
directions across every domain, land, air, and the sea.
Later, to see, we're gonna surf and turf these Ruskies.
There are
Sounds like
currently
that commercial
100,000
yesterday.
US
Yes.
troops in Europe,
Are you-
including 10,000 in Poland, but no specifics from the president or
The
senior
French
officials
campaign.
on how large that permanent
French
U.S. military
wine.
presence will be in
Oh,
Poland,
it's
or how
known
many
for the
U.S. troops will
champagne.
deploy to Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania.
We're going to continue to adjust our posture based on the threat in close consultation with our allies.
And the NATO
Bitch,
alliance
not.
soon getting 2 new members.
Sorry.
On the eve of the Madrid summit, Turkey dropping its objections to bids from Finland and
Yeah, that's right. Finland and Sweden.
2 countries on Russia's doorstep.
Their decision to move away from neutrality and the tradition of neutrality to join NATO alliance is going to make us stronger and more secure.
But it's not just Ukraine on the agenda. NATO leaders are also
It's a
discussing.
little bit stronger, more secure. Gosh, he sounds like me when I'm having non-allergic rhinitis. Someone give the dude a Claritin. Did Putin accidentally revive NATO? Yeah, it looks like it.
To keep the Soviet Union out, the Americans in, and the Germans down. That's how NATO's first ever Secretary General described the organization's mission.
Oh, damn.
Originally, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization aimed to
For anybody out there who doesn't know what the hell NATO is,
protect members from the threat posed by the Soviet Union.
That's
But
okay if
with
you
that
don't.
threat gone when the USSR collapsed, NATO struggled to redefine its role and relevance. Until now.
Today,
Humpty
there is
Dumpty
no
W.
question. NATO is relevant. It is effective. And is more needed now than ever.
You know who he sounds like?
Who?
You ever watch Christmas Vacation?
Yes.
I have to eat. I have to take my back pill.
Oh, yeah, I gotta eat. I gotta take my back pill. Yes.
I now I gotta find the clip
Yes.
because it was funny.
They were going to the mall,
Yeah.
and he was going to the attic,
Yes.
looking at old videos. That's
Yep.
a funny movie.
Oh, I love Christmas
I need
vacation.
to eat. I gotta take my back pills.
Vacation movies are good. That is actually the rare Christmas movie I dig on.
NATO
the
is
only
the
Christmas
club you
movies
want
I
to be
watch
part of if you
Yeah. That
and
want
the Friday
other members
movies.
to have your back. And
Yeah, I
to
guess
have
the
your
third one
hands.
counts as a
Originally
that is a
founded
holiday.
in
It is a Christmas movie. Yeah.
1949, NATO stands strong with 30 members today. Its key principle, collective defense.
One for all and all for one.
That was enshrined in Article 5 of its founding treaty, stating that an armed attack on
Oh,
one
NBC
member
text
is
that.
considered an attack on all NATO allies. In reality, that means any member can count on nearly 3.5 million personnel, troops and civilians combined.
We seek no conflict, but if conflict comes to us, we're ready for it.
and we will defend every inch of NATO territory.
That is crucial for smaller countries who would be defenseless without their allies.
So NATO is really the best
To eat,
security
so I can
guarantee
take my
you can
back
have
pill.
right now in today's world.
I dropped a link in the VC text chat because it was funny.
I have to eat so I can take my back pill.
Yeah, see?
Oh, look, it's our president.
It's really the 13 nations that make NATO that really decide on the
Getting in Car
priority,
Force One or whatever stupid shit we
operations,
call it.
and the budget.
Those decisions do not always come easily, with NATO's funding proving a sticking point in the past.
We must also ensure that NATO members meet their financial obligations
You
and
can
pay
meet yours!
what they owe. Many have not been doing that.
Under NATO
Get 'em.
guidelines, members should be spending 2%
Fucking
of their
tell
GDP.
Tell him straight
But in
up, you're not
recent
wrong.
years,
You're not wrong.
NATO also relies on contributions of forces.
He's over here
from its
dodging.
members,
Sorry, aren't you
because it
behind
doesn't
on your
have its
payments
own
right now,
army.
bro?
Yeah, you dodge charities like Amber Heard.
You ain't
There was
paid
a
no
big question
taxes
mark
since
about
when?
NATO's future at the end of the Cold
Again?
War, but somehow circumstances and crisis.
you give
gave
war
NATO
heroes
every
McDonald's.
time a new purpose. It started with
That happened.
crisis in the Western Balkans.
That did
Then it
happen,
turned
yeah.
quickly
Athletes,
into
McDonald's.
For
That would
athletes.
only go
helping
see
the fight
you.
against
The only ones that would go
terrorism
see you
after
after the
9/11,
fucking
and especially
Olympics.
Yeah.
with its largest ever operation in Afghanistan.
NATO evolved and
You know, if the
expanded
Olympics
with new
happened
tasks,
nowadays,
ranging
the only
from
reason
members
people would
serving
go to
as
the White House was
peacekeepers
to
in
see
Bosnia,
Kamala.
to fighting
Yeah.
human trafficking,
no way
to
you
intercepting
take
refugees in the
Biden.
Mediterranean.
Biden's the thing he gets asked most by new people that meet him is, what was it like being vice for Obama?
Against Ukraine. What's clear is that you need an organization.
Well,
like
I'm a
NATO.
current president. Are you though? Are you though?
Никакого движения НАТО на восток дальше быть не должно.
Vladimir Putin started his war in Ukraine, demanding that NATO roll its
sure
borders
you're
back
the
to where they were
actual
in the
commander chief?
1990s, which was swiftly
Because it
rejected.
feels like someone's telling you what to do and
nothing
giving you
unites a
Lunesta.
group more than a common enemy, as NATO Secretary
He's
General
looking
pointed out
real
before the
hard,
invasion.
like Reggie Hargreaves over here.
Reggie Hargreaves, season 3 of Umbrella Academy.
Yeah, you're looking real drugged up over here.
Yeah, what the fuck can you lead?
More NATO.
3 months later,
After 200 years of military non-alignment, Sweden has chosen a new path. Sweden and Finland
They're
submitted
doing
our
like a
formal
weird thing with
request
Reggie
to
where
join.
he's
NATO.
realizing his
a
original
symbolic move from
kids
countries who even
still
during
loved
the
him
most
when he
tense
was
moments
sober.
of the Cold
Yeah.
War
They
did
weren't
not
druggy.
feel the need
Like they,
to join
first of
the
all, they all
alliance.
left, like,
It's actually
as
a big
teenagers,
boost to the
right?
European
But
family because you have two
even when they saw
members
him,
of the
not once
European
did they,
Union
like
who
through
are
the first 2 seasons, did they really try to drug him?
Yeah.
And so, like, after he tried to change the future, everybody around him just wants him drugged up and to shut up. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It was just a crazy realization. I'm like, he's having like such a good time with Klaus.
Oh yeah.
I was like, dang, my original kids actually liked me.
And I
Hated me, but cared.
yeah, and I mean, well, I think hashtag Pogo was right.
Yeah.
He had all the
Pogo was
love,
right.
all the love of Reggie's life was gone.
Yeah.
So he's just a cold, experimental person who's fascinated by everything weird or atypical on the planet. If he's not drugged up.
joining NATO, and it makes
Now, Biden-
it creates a greater overlap between those two.
He ain't
clubs.
felt fascination that's not like something he ate 30 minutes
Two
before in a
countries
long
have
time.
firepower and a geopolitical boost to NATO.
The Baltic region is actually the most vulnerable
living off of
critical
Lunesta
region
to
if you
Lunesta.
want to have a credible defense and deterrence posture
They're
against
gonna ambient
Russia.
corn pops, so you're gonna have to
Finland's
postpone the
ascension
press
in particular
conference.
would mean that a nation with which Russia shares an 830-mile border would become formally militarily aligned with the U.S.
Mr. President, we've got heat signatures. I think someone's fired nukes toward the U.S. What do we do? Can we give us permission to engage the countermeasures? He's like, hey, wait, corn pop.
Corn pop.
I got a Viagra in me, and it's gonna be a minute. Like, yo.
Corn pop fucked me up. That was funny.
He's so. Biden's just.
Atrocious.
Atrocious. We gotta get someone younger. There's no way. No way he'll get a second term.
U.S. For now, Putin's plans seem to have backfired. His war united the West against Moscow
No
in ways that
motherfucking
seemed
way.
unimaginable before.
Well, thank you, CNN, for explaining NATO. I do think Russia has probably brought NATO back. Do we got anything else?
Until today.
We get some more people talking out.
The sentence shows that the witnesses reclaim control over their lives and over their futures. These are voices of mostly
why are
black
you
and
playing
brown
his shit
women
again and not letting her
children
talk
that
then,
were
homie?
heard
What the
and
fuck,
believed,
news?
and
Right?
for whom justice was finally achieved. This is a victory for them, for justice, and for future survivors of sexual assault. Victims of sexual violence must be heard, perpetrators must be held accountable, and our women and children must be protected. I hope this sentencing serves as its own testimony that it doesn't matter how powerful, rich, or famous your abuser may be, or how small they may make you feel, justice only hears the truth. I want to say that this case would not have been possible without the outstanding work, dedication, and skill of the prosecution team, Assistant United States Attorneys Elizabeth Geddes, Nadia Shahada, and Maria Cruz Melendez, Senior Investigator Keith Kolovich,
Crushing
and
it,
former
crushing
paralegal
it.
specialist Kira Winthen and Alyssa Fable.
They actually did the deed. They got it done.
Dedication to
They did the
truth
thing.
and justice was truly extraordinary. I want to commend and thank the special agents who handled this case for their outstanding work.
Okay, August
Brian
15th, we get
Chabot,
we get another
Sylvester
trial
Reynoso,
for
of the
CP
Department
and
of
obstruction
Homeland
of
Security,
justice.
Homeland Security Investigations, under the supervision of Supervisory
Sure, he'll be
Special
found
Agent
guilty 'cause he
Elvin
is.
Hernandez and Patrick Gill. They and detectives from the New York City Police
We all know he's
Department
guilty of the
painstakingly
CP. Hell, that
went
was a
through
case we all knew
documents,
was him
records, and
years ago.
interviews to collect and verify the facts
Right.
that became the foundation.
I'm sure that we
for
know
this
there's
strong
other
case.
tapes.
And finally, and I
Fucking
want to
over, dude.
emphasize this,
It's over for him.
I want to say a
Yes.
special thank you to the brave survivors, those who came forward and all who endured. It is thanks to you that we were able to deliver justice today. I'll now call up HSI's Executive Associate Director, Steve Francis, for remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Steve Francis, the Executive Associate Director for Homeland Security Investigations,
Steve.
HSI.
Hello, Steve.
Robert Kelly once said, if you're going to tell your life story, you got to be honest.
Holy shit, it's Steve! Woo! Sorry, I'm hitting all kinds of soundboard effects. It's Steve!
I can't hear it in the Discord, so I'm just like, wow, that was really exciting out of nowhere.
Fucking Steve! Woo! Hell yeah! Fucking Steve!
Or don't do it. Over the course of this HSI-led multi-year
Your hairline quit, but you didn't.
investigation and 6-week trial, a jury of Mr. Kelly's peers confirmed what these courageous victims
hairline's
have
on its
known
way out, but
for
you
a
got
very
20
long
years
time.
left in your career.
Mr. Kelly,
You
is
just
not an honest person.
high
This man is a
profile now,
prolific
bro.
Serial predator who
High
utilized his
profile.
status
Press
as
F for
Grammy
Steve's
award-winning
hairline.
household name with global recognition to inflict pain and anguish on so many victims. Despite numerous reports of his destructive abuse over the years, the brazen acts of intimidation against his accused.
My girl fine as hell, but she deaf. That gets old.
That pops into my head rent free all the time.
She's sweet, but she hung the fuck. She's the 10, but she hung the fuck out of me. Huh? Huh? Disease. I'm here like just trying to let her know I'm okay, but it just sounds like someone that is not okay. It's just like, oh my god. Huh? Are you alright? Comes in here, I'm scratching my nuts, just speaking. It's like, no, stop talking today.
Accusers kept him shielded from prosecution until HSI, the U.S. Attorney's Office from the Eastern District of New York, and these incredible prosecutors and NYPD initiated an investigation into his criminal organization.
Yeah, they did.
Today's sentence is a victory that belongs to the brave victims who came forward. Despite intense public scrutiny, despite social media slander, despite threats to their own health and safety, and despite being asked to relive the pain of some of the most traumatic days in their lives, they told their stories and they made their voices heard. Today's sentencing
Fucking good for
sends
them.
a clear message that no amount of money or fame is enough to evade justice. And
Is it though? We heard that quote earlier.
Why does everybody keep saying that? Yes, it
because
is.
they suddenly picked up the slack after letting it pass for so long, and all of a sudden they're like,
Yeah.
we're doing good.
Hold
Y'all
on.
just got rid of rights. What are you talking about?
We were good until all that, friends. Back to the same upset I was. Yep, same thing.
Isn't that crazy?
Like, did we though?
We're
Didn't-
doing this right thing right now.
Pretty sure we just let Cosby out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did
Which is
we
crazy
not?
because Cosby had the freedom and the space to comment on that case.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. And he felt okay enough.
To do it.
Yeah.
Which is, dumb.
Yeah, we're doing the right
Dumb.
thing right now.
Dumb.
You're making dents.
You're making dents.
There's too many dents.
Oh, well. Guys, let's do one more time for the road
He's
real
got
quick.
another car. He can drive. I have to eat so I can take my back pill.
It's our president, President of the United States.
Hey, I told you.
He's got to eat so he can take his back pill. This is an interesting set of windows to close. It's like Tetons, like average temperatures.
I bet, yeah.
All of that. While I still have everybody here, though, we're going to go ahead and start rolling out, but remind everybody to smash that like and subscribe and to check out pillar.io/MURKradio and get a deal on anything from video game rentals to batteries for your phone, delicious coffee snacks for the morning, NordVPN, a VPN for you browsing. Don't let the man see what you're up to. And BarkBox, we even got treats for your dogs, dude. We got you some coupons. You can listen to all my music on Spotify. You can check out our merch. We've got a few things that have disappeared for the summer line that will come back. Probably the Murky Mommy stuff, all the stuff that Stan Odie made will be coming back, I imagine. I want Stan Odie to make me some new stuff, but guys, grab a $20 tie-dye. PayPal only, unfortunately, but get PayPal, guys.
You know how much merch I'm about to buy?
Yeah.
With this adjustment?
with the salary adjustment, we've got right here the Vibes Pool Party shirt. You guys will notice that a lot of the thumbnails for the streams lately have been this right here. Rep your boy. Vibes is the summer clothing. Check it out. Arianthe, thank you. Justin, did Justin pop back in?
Of course. I don't know.
We might be bound. Oh, there he is. There's Justin. I love you guys. It was really good catching up with you guys today.
Love you guys.
And let's see, tomorrow's Thursday, yes?
It is.
I'll be here for News Dump. Hopefully early. I'm done saying it, though. It's kind of a knock on wood, because I get sleepy. I get sickly.
He said that it was on him. It was kind of on me.
Nah, it's not me.
I turned off my alarm. Like, I snoozed it 2 or 3 times, tried waking him up, and then I just passed out.
Well, since when do I not wake up to alarms? I'll wake up to a cough, but I'm pretty... When I sleep lately, it's been hard. Sleep real hard. Oh, Erica. Yeah, hey, if you need more, we got you. Hit us up. We got you all day. All day. Oh, but that's it for the day, guys. That was News Dump. I'm going to hop out of Discord. I love you guys. Goodbye.
Bye.
I'll see you tomorrow or later this evening if you guys want to hop in the text chat for Star Trek the Redacted series.
Yes.
I imagine we're going to be doing some Star Trek gaming tonight.
I'd like to.
I'd love to do some Star Trek gaming tonight.
Let me know if you have any questions.
I am so close to being done with the stuff I'm trying to get done for the office today, and then I'm about to just drown in every single one of those links and message you every
I'm stoked about it.
I'm
so am
excited for this.
I never thought I'd be a voice actor, guys.
Neither did I. Here we are.
This was random as fuck.
I'm so excited for you. I'm so excited for you.
Thank you.
We get to, and we.
She sent me a link for and she said I could even do like audiobooks and shit. Like I could do
Yes.
cool things.
Audiobooks pay well, and they're easy.
Hey, I would love that. Ooh.
Just don't pick college textbooks. That was not a smart idea.
Oh, yeah, college textbooks are probably.
No, that was awful. Don't make the same mistakes I did.
I bet that one's tough.
It was calculus.
Oh god. Oh god.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it paid like $500, so I was like, oh hell yeah! And then I got the book, and I was like, oh
Yeah,
no.
then you get the material that they actually want you to cover. It's like,
No, you actually just want me to kill myself. That's what you want.
You're recording it at home by yourself.
okay, you want our whole voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
The whole thing.
Don't work with Disney unless you have a lawyer. Look over it. They'll try and own your voice.
It's fucking truthful. I bet that's truthful. But
I got you.
oh my gosh. Well, I'm excited. We're going to probably be talking about VO stuff more and more. I'm excited. We'll have to get a little update from Lux on how it went, too.
Yeah.
I'm
I
stoked.
gotta ask my boss if she still wants to do it tomorrow.
Yeah. All right. I'm popping out of Discord. I love you guys. Bye.
Love you, bye.
Bye.
And again, out there in digital world, smash that like button. Smash that thumbs up. The more of those we get, the more long form streams we get to do and all hang out together. So pop up in the text chat. Say hello. Super chat. Hit that thumbs up. Get some Death Wish coffee through our sponsored link at pillar.io/MURKradio. All of this helps the channel and helps us do what we do. Hop in the Discord as well if you've got a Discord invite. Later, guys.